Master, what's going on? Right, bear with me for 3 seconds while I make sure YouTube's running and is good. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Success. Potentially. We'll see what happens. I have no reason not to believe that I'm live to YouTube right now. Ooh, bonus action day from Christopher on YouTube. That is confirmation, I think, officially, that I'm live over there. How's it going, Chris? All right. Long time no stream. Last stream was literally last Friday, where I was prepping for my first session back after a long while, a long hiatus. New kind of, well, ongoing campaign, but like a new arc of it. And it went really well, actually. I am live. What's up, Jay? 2 cats, you're watching on both. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You guys can hear some music, right? Thank you for the follow, Icy, over on Twitch. Hello there, Traveller. Hello, Stella. How's it going? Why can't I hear music? Bear with me while I do some technical checkups. So, music is playing. And you guys can hear it. But alas, I cannot. I just close things down and open them. Turn them off and on again. It's usually the best way to do this thing. Wait, can I not hear anything? Oh, let me get a YouTube video up.
Or that was the one. He said, I have a way in. I know what I want to talk about.
I had been trying to crack it for...
Well, color me confused. We need sound, guys, for this to work. I need sound, guys, to fix this for me. The IT crowd solution, turn it off and on again. It usually works. It does usually work. But unfortunately, this might be like a full shut down my PC off and on again. Like what? Hold on. Hold on. Just gonna end some tasks. Hopefully this doesn't mess anything up. I shut off my microphone to try and fix this damn thing. Still nothing. Now, normally it's something really obvious. But, oh, is it this? No. Like, what? It's just not connecting to my headphones. minute, let me actually unplug this back in again. Why did that work? You know when you do something and then you realize that I'm not being an idiot? There is just something wrong with the inner workings. I have sound now. I have sound now, and I literally had to unplug the connector to my headset from my computer completely and plug it back in again. No, it wasn't a mute button. It wasn't a switch. It was not operator error. For whatever reason, it had to literally be physically unplugged and plugged back in again. That's wild. Absolutely wild, but it worked. Sorry, how is everyone today? What have I missed? How are your D&D games going? Oh, Svepum, thank you for the follow. You're someone who tuned in for 30 seconds, well, for like 3 minutes of tech issues and thought, this is a channel that I would like to follow. And I appreciate it. Oh, man. All right, well, today, I want to look at Project Sigil again, guys. Linux better than Windows? Hey, I think probably a lot of things are better than Windows at this point. But Windows has got me by the curly willies. I can't move away from it now. I'm in too deep with my editing and general workflow. Yeah. So, I presume everyone here kind of knows about Project Sigil, D&D's official 3D VTT that they announced a couple of years back, and it was going to be very exciting, and they were planning a very enriching future both for the users and themselves. And then it went into alpha, it went into beta, then they just released it and said, we are no longer working on this. We are going to take it in a different direction and put it into D&D Beyond as a feature. Your body's going to fight a Medusa with geese hair. A Megusa. Like it a lot, Mercer. I had someone email me. A very nice gentleman. Just being like, hey, I appreciate when you looked at Project Sigil, you weren't like tearing into it as like a completely big betrayal from D&D and a dead on arrival game and something that was just never going to happen and all that stuff. And I did. I made a pretty kind sort of preview look of it where I did a live stream and I played through it, and the live stream got like a lot of views. It's probably my most viewed live stream, especially after the fact. And I just played all the way through it, and I had a good time with it, honestly. And then I made a review. Well, I turned that stream into a video. That video didn't do very well. I guess that's the curse of having a live stream that does well. No one wants to go watch the video afterwards because they watch the live stream. But yeah, I said nice things about it before it got cancelled. Then Wizards of the Coast came out and said the game was no longer being worked on, and they fired, what was it, like 40 people from the staff, like 90% of the workforce. And then a bunch of other videos came out around the time being like, this is terrible, this is awful, they shouldn't do that. And that's true. Like, firing people is normally bad. This guy emailed me being like, hey, people are like completely wrong about this. Everyone is saying it's dead and it's buried and it's gone. And Wizards of the Coast are releasing minis for it, and they're releasing new content, and everyone's like commenting on the content being like, why are you doing this? You said the game was dead. And in reality, they never said the game was dead. So this kind of patron, this person emailing me being like, a good Samaritan, just being like, can you make a video where you tell the truth? It's not dead, it's still being worked on. Go into the Discord, you'll see all the devs are working on it. It's still in beta. It's going to come out, it's going to be good. And I went into the Discord. And unfortunately, what I found was that wasn't the case. no one was really saying it was in beta. They kind of said it they're taking it into a different direction, but they didn't give a roadmap. They didn't give any indication that it was going to be made. Like, the project Sigil we were going to get is dead, and whatever we get now is going to be kind of new. But it was worth, I think, taking a second look at it and seeing what they could do with it, where it could go in the future, if anywhere, and whether it's like worth using for anyone right now. Okay, hear me out. Monster Hunter TTRPG. You know, I played a one-shot once that was kind of like that, Evelyn, but we cooked the monsters afterwards. It was like a Monster Hunter meets Delicious in Dungeon. That was fun. Quentin, how's it going? Oh, and Martin, previous session went really well. I had a lot of fun with it. I messed up a rule, which happens, and it's a basic rule. With the new 2024 handbooks, if someone with proficiency hits with a dagger, they get the nick property, meaning that they can hit with their offhand weapon for free. By for free, I mean it's not a bonus action anymore. And I'm cross signals, and I was allowing my fighter, who doesn't have proficiency, to do that. So they were making multiple attacks and making multiple offhand attacks. So I kind of messed up there. And that person was new to the game. So I kind of had to... they reached out to me afterwards being like, hey, I read this. Was I cheating? And I was like, well, it's not cheating, but yeah, we messed up. But he's cool about it. So he's not like he's angry that I allowed him to hit like 4 times in a turn, and I'm now telling him he can only do 3. That's not say it's not a problem, just correct it next time. No, but yeah, indeed. It really goes to show. And I presume this happens at all tables. I don't know. I'm sure there are some people out there, especially in D&D tube space, who know the rules back to front and are perfect. But I'm presuming most tables out there, the DMs are like constantly just going with the motion in the moment and using the wrong rule or using the ruling wrong. And if it's like me, I always say that. I always say, like, I think it's like this. I'll double check for next session, but let's just do it like that for now. And it's fine. Do you play D&D with ChatGPT? I do not. No. I think it's a good idea. It depends what you're using it for. Like, what are the use cases for ChatGPT? I'm presuming the most useful thing for me would be like, give me a name of a tavern or give me a name of a NPC in the moment. But, oh, it's your DM. I just feel like, it's not up to date, is it, with the 2024 rules? I feel like it could confuse a lot of things. When I've used ChatGPT in the past just to help me in day-to-day life, it lies to me sometimes, so it might be a bit messy as a DM. All of you have a copy of the 2024 rules at your table? ChatGPT is good for those NPCs that will have paid just once. Yeah, I think that's the best use case for it. I don't know how I'd feel if I was at a table with a DM who I would ask a simple question like, hey man, how much gold is in a chest? And they would like go over to ChatGPT and be like, 1 second, let me look. And it's like, just throw a number out there. There's definitely an argument for the fact that people who overly rely on certain tools will lose certain improvisational skills. And ChatGPT is very, very fast, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's ever going to be as fast. Well, it might be, but currently it's definitely not as fast as someone just using their brain. Stat blocks is quite useful with it. Yeah, like if you're just, I'm pretty quick on like D&D Beyond if I need a stat block. I don't know. I've not used it. Maybe that's a video in the future where I try it out. The ultimate D&D DM assistant, ChatGPT. I just think it might cause more issues than good. Like whenever I've tried to do anything with ChatGPT, I've ended up going in and checking everything and double checking everything and making sure it's all fine, fixing any mistakes. And I'm like, I should have just done this myself at this point. Auto-optimized creation of things. ChatGPT in prep session, like prepping, I think, is very useful. Like just as an idea man to bounce ideas off. Hey ChatGPT, give me a table with these items. Yeah, I can see that being useful. I can actually see that being quite useful. You have the world at glance book for the random things. ChatGPT improves your creation. You don't create. Maintaining this mentality makes things more easy to do when using ChatGPT. ChatGPT improves your creation. He don't create. I used ChatGPT to give me 3 random contestants in a shooting game. It gave me 3 low-level characters with a name and a pinch. That is the best use case for me. Yeah, as long as you're doing it to like help alleviate those pain points and not having it like do everything for you. I think my hair is a mess for it today. I wonder what the best AI tool would be. If they were going to put an AI tool into D&D Beyond, which they're going to do, inevitably, right? We're going to have an AI assistant in D&D Beyond. What is the best stuff for that to do? And I think it's like the ability to search the plethora of content that's already been created by humans that we have access to in D&D Beyond would be really useful. A name generator, they could do that very easily. I'm surprised they've never done that before. And I think if people don't mind their voices being recorded, having it record the entire audio of a session and then putting that all into notes for you, so when you like finish the session, you can see exactly what happened and when, and then easily search back. Some of the biggest issues I've had is my bad organization for note taking, and it's when I've had players who have been like, oh, I've got 5 potions in my bag. And I'm like, I never gave you 5 potions. I never gave you 5. I wouldn't give you 5 potions. I would have given the whole table 1 potion each, which would have led to 5 potions, but you should only have 1 potion. And then everyone else on the table is like, yeah, we've all got 1 potion, and this one person's got 5 potions. It's like, you typed that in wrong. And that person's like, no, you gave me 5 potions. And I wish I could like go back somehow and see in my notes how many I gave out, because I don't keep notes to that extent. That would be a really cool use case for me. I don't want to be keeping notes to that extent. I don't want to be like, oh, 7 sessions ago I gave you this many potions. Exclamation mark hair. Yeah, use it for prep occasionally. Yeah, I think it would be a good video idea. I've been scared to do AI stuff in general because, you know, there's a lot of hatred for it, especially when it comes to art and stuff. Though I'm seeing a lot of Kickstarters coming out with D&D art now. Yeah, you're my ChatGPT. But what, like, is your general consensus that, like, ChatGPT is fine to use, just in general? Is that, like, the norm? Yeah, organizing notes for you would be so nice. Yeah, it really would be. Your DM is against the idea of using it. I think some people are against the idea for other reasons as well, which is just like they there are some DMs that little giggle when I realize I might say something that I'll regret. There are some DMs out there who get into the role of DM because they like to have control, right? They're control freaks and they like to be in charge and they like to have the kind of grandeur that comes with that by being like, yeah, I do everything. I'm a DM. They want their players to be like, wow, you did all that, DM? You just pulled out of your head? And they're like, yeah, that's me. I think they don't want to use it because it takes away from their, you know, amazingness to DM. But I think it's fine. Sorry, no gowned. You don't mind using it, but you have a human DM, I would go with that. Right, yeah. Use ChatGPT to suggest 3 or 4 ideas for what you're working on, then you build upon it, yeah. It's definitely good for like brainstorming and just like bouncing ideas off. Any resource is accessible for a home game. Save me time prepping so we can play. Yeah, there are some people who would argue against that as well, Jay, just in general. Some people are just very anti-AI. But as a solo player, what can I do? Is it fun, Keo? Is it worth trying? Like, if I jumped on ChatGPT right now and told it to run a game for me on stream, would it run a tight, compelling, interesting game? Could we do an actual play right now? It's priceless to have ChatGPT suggest 60 random names for NPCs. Those DMs constantly steal from Lord of the Rings. Hey, let's not go after stealers of other media stuff, because I'm one of those. Maybe even some D&D, Leon? Do it. I think it's fine for D&D as long as it's not used for profit. With art, a lot of people just steal it without credit. I don't think using AI for it is much worse. Yeah, I'm with you. I want to argue just for devil's advocate, which is like, if we normalize it at home, then it starts to sneak its way into everywhere else. And there's more to AI use, like the environmental, like destructive nature of it, the amount of energy it uses and all that stuff. ChatGPT is used for tedious tasks. I think it's better to use your own creativity for writing. AI art is stolen and for profit for the AI company. Using online art for home games is fine. Fair enough, Jazz. Yeah, I can't disagree with you. It's really rewarding when my players have a great time with an encounter or scenario I design and create. I think I take too much pride in that and use AI, but that's more of a limitation on myself. Yeah, it's a creative outlet for you, right, Two Cats? And you don't want it to like impose on that creative outlet. Yeah, inspiration. I was heavily inspired by so many animes. Inspired. But yeah. Alright, so today I kind of wanted to play around. Oops. Pressed the wrong button. Now my. Yeah. Where is my scenes? I kind of wanted to play around a little bit with Sigil. And I wanted to take my last session that we prepped on stream and kind of recreate it, like scene by scene, to see how useful this would be if we played that session online. Could I build it out as we played? If it was a truly improvised game, how useful would it be? I don't have high hopes for being able to do this, especially since I'm still not like that knowledgeable with the system. But I've learned some tricks. Like, for example, I can change the lighting. No. Is there music coming from this? Because I can also change the music to Into the Wild. You guys hear that? On the Wings of Darkness. Oh, Dreams of Danger. So, here is the plan. Let me get my my document up that I was making earlier. So yeah, I'm going to make my last session here. I'm going to do scene by scene. I'm going to have chat play through the session by clicking on the screen of what they want to do, and we'll kind of figure it out. And then we'll find out how easy it is, and we're going to review it as it goes along. And we're going to review it by looking at multiple factors. The first is accessibility. The second is ease of use. The third is graphics and audio. The fourth is character creation. And the fifth is going to be like controls in general. And if anyone can think of any other factors that we should review this on as categories, let me know. Because starting with accessibility, I can tell you, it's not looking good at all. This game is literally, it's on D&D Beyond. Let me get this up actually, because it's relatively easy to get your hands on. It's literally just under tools, new Sigil 3D VTT. And I also want to put to bed the fact that it's not in beta. I think I can officially say it's not in beta, because Maps is in beta, it says beta. Encounters is in beta, it says beta. Encounters has been in beta for years. When I went to download it, it didn't mention beta at all. In the new stuff that had been released, it didn't mention beta at all. So this is officially out, unfortunately. It's not feature complete. I think they're planning to finish it off and add things. But this is supposed to be in a playable state. And the reason why I'm going to give the accessibility such a low score is because it's only out on Windows. And it takes not an insanely beefy machine, but it takes like a gaming machine to play it. When this VTC can fully construct Castle Ravenloft, give me a call. I'm not sure it'll be able to. I'm not sure it'll be able to. You know what? Let me turn up the music a little bit. Oh, I can't. All right, well, we'll live with that. What's happening, Cool Cylinder? It's been a week. It's been a whole week since I streamed. I've been gone. It doesn't feel that long. It's very easy for that to go fast. But I went through that phase where I was streaming like every day, and then I was like, I'm gonna work on a video today. Monday I was gonna work on a video. Tuesday working on a video. Wednesday I was like, gotta work on a video. Thursday I was like, I need a break. And then today I was like, I have to stream. I have to. Okay, so let's say we want to be in. Let me get out of this graveyard. The environment is Basic Afternoon, Glade, and the music is Alleys and Rooftops. now. Yeah, he can point his like weapon. What weapons does he normally have? Color. Oh, I didn't know you could do. Music's pretty good. I don't think they're ever going to release the Optimus Prime pack map, but I wish I could play around with that right now. I think that would be Looking pretty cool. Crazy name, Wayne. Wayne Gretzky. A road. Oh. Alright, great sword it is. Okay, good. That's working. But I can't actually do anything. But if I go to the bugbear and I say actions Morningstar, it gives me the radius and I can click Wayne and I can... Not looking good. Not looking good at all. We are sorry that this crash occurred. Our goal is to prevent crashes like this from occurring in the future. Oh no! Okay, so this did not go the way I planned. We're going back into it because I wanted to show it off. God damn it, they make it so hard to say nice things about them. Let me load it back up. It's getting warm now, where I am as well. Unfortunately, because I don't have air conditioning. And over the next coming weeks, you're going to see me get sweatier and sweatier. It hit 10 active users. Man, it's... Oh, okay. So this is what we were ranking it on so far. Accessibility, ease of use, graphics and audio, character creation, and controls. And I guess we should have another one, which is like, I guess, like technical capability. And I've got to say, we dropped in like a little bit of terrain and 2 monsters then. So out of 10, there's got to be a 3 out of 10 for technical ability. It's not looking good. Accessibility also has to be very low. Like really low, because you can't play it on anything but a Windows. So that's got to be a 2 out of 10. Which is pretty scathing. Hold on, let's go back into it. Let's figure this out. I heard they had made Erratus, but I've not looked at them. I'm not sure if there's any big stuff in there, right? It's just all small things. Like, there wasn't a spell that was, like, absolutely broken. The wording of it. There was one that was like, if you have this condition, or this spell causes someone to have this condition, and they need to roll to get out of it, and then the condition says that they don't roll or something like that. I definitely saw something like that, which is very funny. Ba-da-boom. The carrion crawler, yeah. Was there a lot? We might look at that in a bit. All right, we're going back in. Okay, perhaps we put too many things down for the road. Let's delete those guys. Let's go into creative mode. Delete these. Let's play some music. So combat on the fly, at least not that self-explanatory. But just for the sake of having a playable character, you guys get to play as give me something like that, like a high CR. Can I search by CR? No. An ogre could be pretty fun for you guys to play as. Vampire Night Lord was on there, or is that the errata? The Goliath species feature got fixed, I think, if I heard correctly. Oh, that's good to know. Owlbear? Alright, let's do a test. See if we can get these guys to fight each other. Bum 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 bum. Like a fighting game. Oh. Next up, Owlbear. Get stuck in, buddy. Actions, rend. Okay. This is working. Okay, whoever wins this fight, you guys get to play as. Onto the ogre. Great club, of course. That's it, one. Oof. I know who my money's on. Monster Arena, yep. We should have made them like glass cannons, like lowered the HP of them. Oh, actually, this could turn around. I wish we could auto battle. Is that nat one? Woof. Oh man, I really thought the Alva was going to win after that first hit. Anyone's getting getting way too invested into this. If I speed one, let's go next. Next up, ogre. Oh, the owlbear's very low. But the owlbear wins. Now, if I'm right in thinking, I can click this and press 7, and he turns to bones. Which, when we first time we played it, I didn't know you could do that. Whew, nice work, owlbear. Okay. Come on. Alright, so. Already failing miserably when this crashed out on me. I do want to still try at least to make the final scene in my last session, where the players came across evidence in a kind of like trailer park looking place. It was a traveling theatre. So it was a bunch of wagons that were like bedrooms and storage wagons, all owned by this traveling theatre, all these showmen and thespians. The ogre's punching a whole CR rating more, so well done. Right, yeah, he was like CR4, right? So now we know the CR's bullshit. So, this is kind of the perfect backdrop for it. What we need, and this is where I think the game's going to struggle, we need wagons, fundamentally. We need caravans. We're in creative mode. We got props. We got so many more props. It's very obvious that like they made basic dungeon, and when they got to like Owl Bear Forest, they've got props, and that's it, and set pieces, and that's it. There's like barely anything in there. So you know what? Actually, Rustic Village. They were by a village. So let's turn this around. That's not bad. Not bad looking. I can just go there. Nope. Crude mines might have like mine cars or something I can use as wagons. It's tiny. Maybe we can use that. For now. Let's see what else there are. Basic Dungeon definitely has the most. It's doing the mostest. Look at this. What is this? Portal? Amazing. Oops. What is this? Oh, just falling debris. Butterflies? You know, it's like a pity, because some of this stuff's very cool. Yeah, let's make it a little bit foggy. Look at that, so cool. What is this one? These kind of fireflies. And they would definitely have like a campfire out here. What else have we got to play with? Oh yeah, it could be, yeah. Casting a man illusion spell. No. Sure. It's pretty, yeah, I really wanted, we could do a terrain. Just some, like, wagons or caravans, like. I'm surprised there's not anything in here. Groups. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't see this last time, that you can, like... You just connect them like this. Anyway, that's not... Is that you can definitely see that they put a lot of work into like making this work. Which is a big shame. Like imagine making a dungeon like this. Like real quickly. Like... Actually a pity. kind of no way into it though. Delete. Oh, and this is how I would do road, is it? Tell me there's no way to like fast make this though. I can't click and drag. Yeah, and then you enter crude mines, they lose the groups completely. Right, where were... In fact, can I just control CV this? Yeah, I can. That's good to know. So this was, if I was playing this realistically, I'd be like, okay, imagine these are like caravans. And not whatever they are. Caravans by this town. I mean, that would do it, I think. And then... in the moment, so my players like approach this kind of caravan park, if you will. They actually like broke into one of the trailers over here and managed to find evidence that it was one of these actors who was actually a succubus the whole time that was killing people at night. Do you think they would let peeps rip the assets? What do you mean by rip the assets? Like take them for themselves? Because I would guess not. If it's Watsy. Let's see if we can add. Do they have succubus here? No, they don't. What about tokens? Oh, they do. It was succubus and it was the performer. And there's two performers with them. And as my players like broke into this caravan, they came up behind them because we were running out of time with the session and got into a big fight. Titans use elsewhere? Nah, I reckon they would not be happy with that, Lace. But might be worth reaching out to them. I don't think you'll get a reply though. Let's make this slightly easier on the owlbear now. Oop. Oh, cool. I think that's more of a fair fight, as long as the succubus might kill it in one now. Let's see. Oh, we were in encounter mode, oops. Okay, owlbear goes first. No, sorry, succubus goes first. Crap, it could be an instant kill. What can the succubus do in here? Charm, draining kiss. Multi-attack. As an action, the succubus makes one fiendish touch attack and uses charm or draining kiss. Okay. Nope, it's doing it again. Fiendish touch. Let me do it to the... So it's not letting me do it to the owlbear. I guess I just have to roll naturally. Attack roll 1d20 plus 7. 1d20 plus 7. 9 misses, right? What's the AC of the owlbear? Mm, 30, yeah, misses. Okay, in which case it's the owlbear's go, and he's going to straight up rend. Try it and see if you get a cease and desist next vid from Phil. One of my viewers is being sued by Watsy. Hey, that video would do well. That video would do very well. Yeah, Lace, if you can take one for the team and get sued, that would be huge for me. Oh, again, none of these guys can actually do the game, which is really annoying. All right, I'm not continuing this fight. That's a real shame. And this is bearing in mind, at this point in time, over the course of, I mean, there's been weeks in between, but I played this for hours at this point. Hours, and I can't figure out how to do a lot of what you'd think were simple things. What you'd think were simple things. So that is a huge shame. It's a really big shame because, like, there's such a world where this would be so cool. Somehow, what Seawolf spinning it's being their fault. Huh? So I'm not gonna lie, like the actual process of the camera's a bit clunky, but the process of actually just making stuff is fun. Let's say we wanted to go to like let's make like a village square. It's a shame we can't zoom out further than this, because holy. If it's your full-time job, you mean to make things like this? I don't know, I can... When I make things physically, like, I just put together, like, a battle map, and I'm even just drawing on something, it, like, I could make this as fast kind of thing. Especially as I get better at it. Oh, well in the middle. And then... They really missed a beat by not making this like clickable as a click and drag. Yeah, I don't think it's that bad in the grand scheme of things. I don't think other 3D BTTs are any better for this kind of thing. Not that I'm overly defending it. It's not good. It's not in a good position. I think what my general consensus is at this point, when we're talking about like what we'd rate each thing, since technical capability and accessibility are so low, I don't think the ease of use is that bad. It's a tool set that you need to learn. Like, if it's just like for beginners, it's hard. But once you get used to it and you're throwing stuff together, it's not great, but it's like a 6 out of 10. The graphics are really nice. And the audio's good. This music it's playing is nice. Like, this is like medium on the graphical ability. In fact, let's turn it up and see what happens. Ultra. Actually gets zoom out, it looks nicer, but as you get close, it looks way worse. Oh, look at the leaves moving though. Like, for better or worse, and there's an argument that it's worse, that it like hindered it, and it's bad for like the amount of requirements computer needs. It is gorgeous though. Like, I've had some people come in and be like, it looks terrible. I'm like, look at this thing. It's beautiful. Master Moai, I can't remember what... You want to see Bug Brennan? I can't remember what Celebration did. But thank you for redeeming that. Oh. Bug Brennan on a Scorpion. Come towards the camera, Bug Baron. Yeah, it looks phenomenal. It looks absolutely phenomenal. And, like, despite everything else, graphics and audio is like an 8 out of 10. And the character creation we played around with is fine. I think that's a 6 out of 10. And the controls, there is no undo button, which is really, really annoying. Just moving around is a little bit clunky. It could be way better. I think it's like a 5 out of 10. Which, if you just took an average of all this, it's still not looking good. It's still like a 4.5 out of 10 overall. As a game. And I will be referring to... It kind of is a game still. I think it falls under that category more than any other category. 5 out of 10 is very generous in your opinion. Well, do you disagree with any of these in particular? I could be low to a 4 out of 10, I guess. Because yeah. 4 out of 10. We've also got to talk about what this means. Because to me, like a 10 out of 10 is like is the perfect game. Like, nothing gets 10 out of 10. It's incredibly, incredibly rare. The best games in the world are 10 out of 10 and cannot be beat. Then, like, between 8 to 9 out of 10, we're talking, like, must buy / play. like phenomenal stuff. Then like 6 to 7 out of 10 is like it's okay. Oh, it's like, oh, I see it. Yeah, my issues there. It's like good for certain people, but not for everyone. So if that means that 4 out, like, I guess 4 to 5 out of 10 is, yeah, you guys are right. If then 4 out of 10 is like, what, like meh? Like, whatever. Then this is like lower than meh. So maybe this is a 3 out of 10. I think it's 2.5 maximum. Oof. Have you played around with it much, Leon? I don't know. It's hard for me to say that because it's so. I'm liking it still. I'm liking playing around with it. I'm liking putting stuff down. I like moving around the space. I like how it looks. So it's hard for me to be like it's like I like it. Like part of me likes it. But then it depends what we're doing, because if we're basing it just on my ability to like it compared to other people's ability to just play it, like if you have a Mac, this is a 0 out of 10. Literally unplayable because it's not out on Mac. I think the graphics and music kite. You know what, Master? I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's and it's obviously probably what they spent the most time on. This is Project Sigil, D&D's official 3D VTT. Do you think it's workable for Johnny No Knowledge to use? I think if you are an experienced DM and you have played a build a video game before, you could use it. But it is not. I should also say, as far as a VTT goes, this is really important. This is a pretty to look at like environment vibe setter and a combat simulator. Those are the two things. It's kind of the only two use cases for me. If I wanted to run like a social encounter or a puzzle encounter, I guess I could, like, but only if we were in like initiative, if we were counting like how far we're moving and stuff. But I think for everyday gameplay, if the players are just in a tavern hanging out, you could build said tavern. In fact, let's build a tavern. Let's build a tavern. I wish it was like a snap to screen so it's got like symmetrical. Get out of here. So if I wanted to build... Yeah, I mean, this is giving tavern. And this is the entrance. Build like a back storeroom. Actually, that won't work. Alright, Lace, catch you later. Everyone wants to play as Historian. When you compare it to other VTTs, I'm thinking, why would I ever use that? In my experience, it's easier to use an external tool and just combine it with the character on D&D Beyond. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, this is unusable. This is unusable. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. I'm just finding it hard to like completely dismiss it as like trash, because I think there's a lesson to be learned here. Okay, so and then that can be the bar. I could have used them as wagons earlier. Is that a fireplace? Oh. What are you? Oh, you are a fireplace. Yeah, Leon. I'm trying to come up in my own head with what it is as we go here. And you're right. You are right. How can, if it's unusable, if I wouldn't recommend it to anyone, how could I possibly say it was anything but 0 out of 10? But people give terrible, terrible video games like a low score. I guess what I'm saying, Leon, is it could be worse, right? This could be a lot worse. And if it could be a lot worse, then how can we give it the lowest score? It's just two sides of a coin. But once again, it's my normal, like, optimistic nature that's coming through. Oops. But one thing's for sure, you couldn't throw this together easily mid game. Come on, you're down there. Can you get on the floor there? Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't just be like, 1 second, guys, while I throw together a quick tavern. I would need like a 10-minute break. Like, that did take me a while. But it's cool. It is very, very cool. This is the thing that they cancelled development on, but it still exists. It's still been released, and they're still working on it, just with 10% of the team, which turns out is like, I guess 4 people. Yeah, no, they shouldn't release it. They should not have released it as is. They shouldn't have... Here's my thought process. If I was... Yeah, rating it on what it is now being released, it's a 0 out of 10. It has to be a 1 out of 10. I don't think zeros don't exist. It's a 1 out of 10, 1 or 2 out of 10. But the potential for it, and what they could still do with it as well, was so high, and it's such a shame. It really is such a shame. Anyway, there you go. That's Let's put it to bed. My intention was to try and give it a second chance. Because I did have a good time when I played through it on stream as well. When I played through the main adventure on stream, I had a good time with it. I enjoyed that. Before it came out as cancelled and all that stuff, I was like, this is good. And we played it all the way through. We did hit a few snags here or there. But we got a full like story out of it. We got to play some combat. We got to like play D&D in some form. Admittedly, turns out that wasn't a beta. That was just a release, and then it completely changed things. And come back when the product is finished. Yeah, the question is, what's the future of it? Like, I wonder if they will ever finish it. I did go in their Discord, and there are designers, people who work with the coast there, who are asking for feedback. But the feedback that they were asking for, to paraphrase, they were saying like, what are the top 5 things that you would like to see polished, finished, or added to the VTT? And that makes me think that they're just going to do 5 things and leave. They're just going to like do the most requested things and leave. And if that was me, if I was being asked what 5 things that I want to see, it would be the entire monster manual added to the game, and at least even just as tokens. I think it does have that, but I want to be able to like fight using all of them, using the encounter mode. Because there, as you saw, some of them you had to be rolling manually for, and others it would automatically roll and do damage and stuff. And it's not obvious that, you know, why that is. So, yeah, fixing the combat. I would say focus on one thing. If they were just like, this is purely combat. If they were like, this is purely an encounter mode, you aren't going to be moving around a map. You're not going to be building out a level. You're not going to be dungeon crawling using it. This is purely like, you're in a room and you're fighting a monster. Roll your turns. I think that if they focused on that, they could make that good. But I think most of all, I would love to see the character creation and the 3D minis in D&D maps. That's what I would want. Like, give me that. I think D&D, like 2D maps, would be made exceptionally better if you could bring in your 3D minis, create them on the spot, customize them like that, and just move them around. Better controls. The controls weren't that bad. It really is just lacking in the Control Z. They should have an undo button for sure. But I've heard other VTTs out there don't have undo buttons as well. So Wizards needs to be run by the fans. If that were true, this would have been one of the best VTTs ever. Yeah. But yeah, better controls, seamless integration with source books, practical, pretty UI, at least. Yeah. Yeah, I think the UI is pretty. I really think visually it was good. I think they focused too much on that, for sure. Have I heard of blank VTT? I think Twitch got rid of that for some reason. Let's look at the Ratata. Ratatata. I did hear the SRD is being released officially into the Commons license thingy-majiggy, which is really fun because everyone was like, they're not going to do it. And it's like, they said they would and they did it. You would have done something similar to BG3 in terms of combat management, where the DM can set up automated encounters. It would be, yes, actually, Hero, that's fantastic. Like, the DM doesn't have to do anything. Like, he just lets AI play out the enemies, and then the players take their turns. That would have been cool, and that would have been a game changer. So, going back and playing all the D&D video games, literally, in the very first ever D&D video game, they had auto attack. Like, you could just press a button and AI would take control and do the attack. So that's kind of what I would want to have seen with that. It would have been nice to be like, okay, players go, and now it's the bugbear's turn. I'm just going to auto attack and see what the bugbear does, and the bugbear's just going to roll to hit the closest thing to him with its, club, because that's what it does. It's perfect. The first Ra-ta-ta-ta release of the new core rulebooks is now available. Show me. Goliath traits. In a powerful build trait, you have advantage on saving throw. Is now you have advantage on any ability check. So that's a buff. Grappler. In the fast wrestler benefit, your speed isn't halved when you move. Is now you don't have to spend extra movement to move. Poisoner. In the brew poison benefits fourth sentence, until you hit the poisoned item, is now until you deal damage with the poisoned item. Okay. In the minor telekinesis benefits second sentence, its range increased by 30 feet, is now its range and distance. Its range and the distance it can be away from you both increased by 30 feet. Ah. In the subheading for the shield category, shield is now shield. In brackets, utilize action to don or doff. I think doff is such a funny word. For me personally, I either use beautiful map making tools to create a scene to visualize, or I use the super efficient VTTs for combat. Combat is already a slugfest at most tables. What sees VTT certainly doesn't. Yeah, that is fair. Those are all fair points, Leon. They did a bunch of changes to spells. All stat blocks in Appendix B have been replaced with the Monster Manual 2025 versions. Why? What were they before? In the grappling entry, okay, I'm interested in this one. In the grappling entry, the heading escaping a grapple is now ending a grapple. Oh. Also, the following sentence has been added to the end of that subsection. In addition, the grappler can release the target at any time, no action required. Okay, that's all good. But of course, much love to the devs for trying the best they could. Yeah, I'm just bummed, Leon, that we never got to see the full fruition of it. I'm just bummed. I'm also bummed at just the way they handled it. The way they handled it. Like, to be like, hey, it's coming, it's in beta now. Hope you're excited. We're working on it. And then like 2 weeks later, just be like, it's out. Also, we're no longer working on it. It's so crappy because they must have known since Christmas that there was a really good chance they weren't going to finish this thing. Yeah, they still built up hype around it. They still put stuff out. They were still like moving forwards with stuff. They got so many people to test it. They got so many people to put time and effort into testing it for no reason, which is a bummer. But what can you do? If this soundboard of mine turns out well, I might make a player character manager. Would need to learn the engine more though. What would you do with the player character manager? Alright, let me just grab a glass of water. I will be right back. It is literally so warm in this room now. Ugh. Let me try opening the window. It's like warm outside. Oof. They're horrible at these things. I predicted this would happen from the start, and with each time they pull something like this, they're just annihilating their relationship with their customers. Yeah. Oh. Part of me's still glad they tried. I'm gonna say that. I know I don't want to annoy people with optimism, but I'm still glad they tried. I'm still glad that they attempted to push forward the medium in some way. If I can, I would make 2 parts for the DM and the players. Then following the core rules, I would all functions like tracking HP, inventory spells, basically a fully automated player manager. It would also allow the DM to manage stuff far more easily. That does sound cool. All right. On the plus side, guys, are you guys excited for like Daggerheart, which is coming out very soon? Because God knows I am. I've got it pre-ordered. I cannot wait to review it. And the players can connect to the DM's campaign, basically D&D Beyond, blah, blah, blah. Basically D&D Beyond, but fully open source and editable. I love D&D and they have done amazing things, but they never commit. There's always how much money this quarter. There is no sustainability in their practice. We care, that's the thing. If no one cares, no one makes any videos, no one buys anything. I just hope they do things right. Well, see, like I said, there's a chance that this year could be the year that we start to see some shift in the... Because we have the Cosmere. We have Daggerheart and we have Cosmere TTRPGs coming out. And I think those are like juggernauts that could move the needle. For the first time since I've been making videos, I feel like when I first started making videos, it was around the first OGL. I was like, D&D is great. I'm gonna make videos about this. And then yeah, the OGL happened. I was like, oh no, D&D is not good. The people behind D&D are not good. And that was my first like introduction to that kind of thing. It's like, oh, we love the hobby. We hate the people who own the hobby. And then after the OGL thing, there was a bunch of like D&D, the D&D killer stuff. Like, oh, it's gonna kill D&D. It's gonna get rid of this. It's gonna stop it from being a monopoly. But this is the first time I felt like something can. And this year could be it. Daggerheart releases May 20th, 2025, 61 days and 20 hours. Leon, that's phenomenal that you've put that in there. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. Oh, did you also see that they released... They sent Daggerheart out early to people in Australia by accident? There's a bunch of people in Australia who got their box sets after pre-ordering. They have it now already, like I guess like 6 weeks earlier. And Darrington Press just put out a statement that just said like, hey, please don't say anything to anyone. You can keep it, you can play it, you can have fun. Don't make videos. Don't put the content out there. And if you do, we might have to take it down to stop spoilers. And everyone was like, wow, that's how you handle a leak. You don't, send people around to people's houses. You love the look of Daggerheart, but the open initiative thing is really whack for me. Yeah, I'm interested to see what changes they've made since the beta. Because I haven't looked at like any of the big stuff since that initial beta push. The open initiative, I think, is a really good idea if you have a table of experienced players. I think one of the hardest things about D&D for new players is to get their head around the fact that outside of combat, they just do what they want. And it's kind of whoever speaks first that gets to do it. And it's on the DM to kind of be like, well, let's find out what everyone else wants to do if someone is like talking too much. And that's kind of just what they're pushing for combat. It makes sense, but only if the players are all like empathetic towards each other. Yeah, no Pinkertons, yeah. Yeah, I wonder what is going to happen as far as like, is YouTube going to be overrun with like Daggerheart videos? It'd be really interesting to see, because there'll be like a lot of tutorials, how to create a character in Daggerheart, how to do this, how to run the game. And I think it'll be an eye-opener for D&D. I really do. I think it'll be like, oh crap, are we losing? Are we losing the people now? And then when does the Cosmere TTRPG come out? It's planned to be released in 2025. In September. Oh man, it's going to be a good couple of months for TTRPGs. I really wanted Sigil to work. Either Sigil or maps need to be polished quite a bunch before it's worth using compared to the other VTT on the market. Yeah. Hard cam. It's such a shame. It is such a shame. Even I wanted to come and stream today and make it a video where I was like looking at the benefits of it and like the light of Sigil. To kind of showcase that it's not all doom and gloom. But literally, within like 30 minutes of playing, the game crashed on me and kicked me back to the desktop, and I was like, okay, this does not look good. I think you'll try it. You think you'll try it, but you're also not sure if you'll switch. The sad thing for me, and this is honestly my thought process, is because I'm so tied up on YouTube now, I'm probably just gonna play what most of my audience plays, so that I can keep making content that they want to watch. To me, I'm sure D&D will remain a fun thing to play, and I think Daggerheart will be a fun thing to play. I think it's interesting that they're so similar. They're both like high fantasy TTRPGs. And it really is going to be one of those, like, you either play one or you play the other. It's not going to be like, oh, I play that, and for my horror TTRPGs, I play this, and for my sci-fi TTRPGs, I play this. It's going to literally be you either play D&D or you play Dagger Heart. And it's going to be interesting to see where most people fall. Competition is good for consumers, yeah. We might extrapolate some stuff from both Dagger Heart and Cosme and put it into our own games, though. Definitely some ideas which are innovative and useful. Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear more about how the Cosme one's going to work. I think it's just going to be very interesting for, like... I wonder if people would get a lot out of the Cosme TTRPG if they're not a fan of the books or have never read the books. I got a castle in the work on Sigil. It's pretty good, but took me a while. Are you a big builder, Hadcam? Do you like building stuff in software like this? Oh, and also, if Critical Role uses Dagger Heart for the next campaign, I don't think I'll be watching. Really? That's interesting, Leon. So you watch Critical Role for D&D more than, like, the story or the people, which is fair. I low-key hope they do. I think it would be very weird for them to bring out Dagger Heart and not play in that world, honestly. And I think having movement of freedom, like freedom of movement, I guess, to publish official books based in the world with the... Like, think about it like this. Whenever Matt creates, like, a city or a town or a really cool NPC, that kind of just has to exist in that world. But now they can make... He can create monsters, he can create NPCs, towns, taverns, and then they can put those into adventure books for Dagger Heart, which I think is really cool. I like D&D compared to all the other TTRPGs I have tried. Yeah. D&D is good. It's good. If it wasn't good, there wouldn't be so much passion around it. Silence currently running a 2014 campaign with 6 players. Do you think if you brought in the 2024 monsters, it would even things out for difficulty? It may do. It may do. The monsters in the 2024 rulebook only start getting more powerful in higher CRs, though. So, like, in the early levels, they're probably going to dominate, but in later levels, it might start balancing out. Same, you love their play, but you're really into D&D. I'm not sure you'll be into it as much. This will be interesting, because if they go to Dagger Heart, and then they lose a lot of viewership because people were into D&D, I presume they would go back to D&D afterwards. So it's safe to say that, like, if they lose a lot of viewers, I think they'll go back to D&D. Leon, you watch CR for the story and the people, but D&D is how the story has stakes. Mechanics in D&D show and explain the power of different beings, factions, and cities. Rules facilitate the story, and frankly, I enjoy the D&D rules a lot more. I feel like Dagger Heart is very much a willy-nilly dilly-dally, do what you want sort of thing, and with 8 players, oof. Right, I see what you mean. You want, like, a core foundation of mechanics that you can rely on. It's kind of like, yeah, you want that storytelling vehicle. OG Papa, how's it going? Yeah. A lot of the stuff that I watch, like Critical Role for specifically, is obviously, like, I watch a lot of the stuff for, like, DM tips or player tips and stuff like that. And I think that's still going to exist. That will still be there. I watched it for the way Matt and the players tell a collaborative story. and I think that will still be there. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's exciting. It's exciting times for sure. Has anyone ever done the session 0 thing where your players get a bunch of less than 1 CR NPCs to control against a bunch of monsters? What? And then pick among whichever survives what their character will be? No, I've never heard of that before. Sounds fun though. Where your players get a bunch of less than 1 CR NPCs to control. So the DM chooses a bunch of like NPCs, and then the players control a bunch of them. No, the players control. Yeah, players control the NPCs, and the monsters come in and kill most of the NPCs, and whoever survives, the players are. 5 CR, 0 humanoids to your PC, and give them a troll to fight. What, and like the last one standing is their player? That sounds fun for some tables. I know my players would hate not having the choice of who they play. It's also the reason why I didn't enjoy C3 that much, and I do love Critical Role. I've been watching for so many years, and I watched every episode the moment it came out. Annually paid Beacon. Right. I wonder if that's common, Leon. I don't actually know. Do you think there's a lot of Critical Role fans who would stop watching if they switched to Daggerheart? I didn't even really think about that. But that would be a big argument for them not to switch. Survival of the fittest. I have a session 0 where the players run their characters and I set up aspects for them and what the class does, e.g. rogue steals, fighter fights, bards fight. If they don't like their character, leaves and a new one comes along. You would, OG, you'd stop watching Critical Role if they switched? Wow, I didn't know this was a thing. This might be a poll worth doing on my channel to see how many people would stop watching. That's crazy. I tell you guys never had much interest in watching like Candela Obscura or whenever they do like one-shots with different systems. Or like when Dimension 20 does a lot of different system stuff. You don't really have time to watch Critical. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, if people just don't watch Critical Role, that's it. That's fine. But I just wonder if they switch to Daggerheart, would their viewership drop drastically? Oh yeah, my post about confusing things. What does that look like? I want to do a video where I answer. This is going to sound insane. I answer 100 questions about D&D. So I want for beginners. So I wanted to find like 100 most asked questions. It's all over. It's like it doesn't actually add up to that much. It's like 10 questions. It's like 10 times 10. It's like 10 combat questions, 10 DMing questions, 10 role-playing questions. And I think it'd be really interesting for beginners to like just watch that video through and just get an idea of how D&D works. But we'll see. 4 sessions into a new campaign with 5 players, which only one has played a few games of D&D before. They've taken to it amazingly and the RP is on point. Grimdark world, but lots of lols. That sounds awesome, Ricardo. I'm excited to catch up on 3 of the Wildmount Wildling streams. I've not watched any of those yet, but I've seen clips. Looks funny as hell. Tried watching Daggerheart stuff, but the light mechanics lowered the stakes for you. Right. It's funny because I also think that they've added mechanics to some more to like the storytelling with the hope and fear stuff. Can you counterspell a counterspell while casting a spell? Is one of the questions I've got on there. Yeah. Can you heat metal a warforge? That's good. I'm gonna note that down. I will note that down because that is something that comes up. But most of them so far are kind of they're basic things like how do you figure out how much damage someone takes if they fall? You know, if they're falling, if they fall off a cliff or something. What's up, Brown Fox? But yes, heat metal in general, like stuff like that, is all pretty good. Unfortunately, like I've got so many of the questions, and the majority of the answer is like, if you want it to happen, like rules is written say this, but it's whatever you want to do. So hopefully it doesn't seem like I'm repeating myself a ton. You start watching if they switch to learn the system, and cause is a new start. Yeah, I think if they, for me, I would be excited if they created a brand new world and started creating really interesting lore around it, because part of my issue with D&D, if I was to nitpick D&D, it's that there's too much lore and it's too open. For new players or new DMs, the idea that like, oh, you can homebrew your own world. The official kind of D&D world, the most used one is the Forgotten Realms, but even then, most DMs don't know that much about that world that the Forgotten Realms is in, because it's so big, it's so massive. They change stuff all the time. It's moved around too much. So the idea that they could start Daggerheart, they could play a campaign in Daggerheart, and we would get like settings books as they like explore them, like they kind of did with Taldori Reborn and the Wildmount book. I think it'd be really cool. And then to be able to say like, oh, go watch this, and you'll get an idea of the kind of place you are in right now. We'll see. Especially if they like do what they're doing now and manage. I don't think they will. I think it's been once in a lifetime what they're doing with like Vox Machina, the TV show. But if they made like a full franchise, TV shows, books, the whole actual players, whole thing, video games, all based around the Daggerheart world, I think they could really solidify themselves as like just something really special. Oh, the multi-AC calculation, e.g. the Barbarian Dex plus Con multiclass with Monk Dex Wise. So does it become Dex Con Wiz? I think stuff like that's in there as well. And the rest, if they don't bother to learn the rules, no matter if they play D&D or Daggerheart for next campaign, I don't want to watch. Oh man. I feel like I've played with players who have played for years and they still don't know the rules fully. I don't know the rules fully, so. I also like when Critical Role doesn't know the rules, because it can be like a learning example for people new to the hobby. Also, the ready in action, giving a spell concentration, even if it's not a concentration spell. Also, the ready in action, giving a spell concentration. I'm not sure I get that one, Silence. If it was the elephant one, yeah. I am not in all this Critical Role stuff. Is it only a bubble or already mainstream? Depends what you mean by a Critical Role within the TTRPG space is pretty damn mainstream. They've been like officially published by Wizards of the Coast. They have TV shows that are on Amazon Prime. They have merchandise, franchise stuff. I'd say they're as mainstream gets within the TTRPG space. Yeah, the mainstreamest D&D thing. But with Vox Machina, which is their TV show on Amazon, which is really good and has been critically really well received, I would say they're just fantasy mainstream at this point. Like, it helps that all the members of Critical Role are kind of mainstream as voice actors in other things as well. But I totally get it. I get just because you like D&D doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna like Critical Role, which is fine. Could totally be a language barrier, Brown Fox. Yeah. But it's their job, that's the problem for me. For example, Ashley never learned her third level feature. She would ask the same question time and time again. To a certain point, it just becomes too ridiculous for me. But remember, I love Sierra. I'm saying this because I care. I feel the entertainment value is going down, and a lot of other people feel the same. Fair enough. TV show's great. They did things. They did a thing with Corbett. Yeah, I think that TV show is one of my favorite TV shows ever made. Like, genuinely, I think it's exceptional. And I'm very excited for future seasons. But it is what it is. I am consistently surprised that Critical Role is as big as it is, and it's big. Obviously, reaching its heights in COVID, and like Dimension 20 is like the next biggest thing, or on par with them. Yet no other like actual players are like growing to that height. For whatever reason, those two shows captured lightning in a bottle, and I think it's so hard to replicate that so many actual players have tried to replicate it and failed. What's up, Annie? I wonder when the next season is coming out. Hopefully soon. If you're ready in action, easy casting Guiding Bolt. When a door opens to cover your back, until the spell is cast by the trigger, you are concentrating on a spell, yeah. That makes sense to me. But I don't think I've got anything. I've got like how concentration works as a question. I think I will learn for Daggerheart if that's what they're doing. That's their own system, yeah. I also just don't think they're storytellers above mechanical players. They haven't learned D&D in 10 years, though. Yeah, I don't think We'll see. I think it's the replication that's the problem. Don't try to be the next big thing and copy someone else. Yeah. I think they started out live streaming through, I don't know, it really was just a perfect storm for them. Because at the time, the idea, I remember thinking, how are these people putting out like 3 or 4 hour weekly episodes of something on YouTube and it's doing this well? It was wild to me because at the time I was just like watching 10-minute long videos that were all trying to be as bingeable as possible, and as like fast-paced editing and all this stuff, and it's just a bunch of friends sat around for 4 hours playing a game. Maybe that's why it did so well. Legends of Adventures. I think I spelled it wrong. You did spell it wrong. Does a pretty good job with their actual players. They're growing fast and hard, but they're a different beast, I think, because they're more. They blew up with like TikToks and short form stuff. But I checked out one of their streams recently, and they get views. They do get views, but they are more. They get way more views on like their short form. Yeah, it's not really about rules, it's about story creation. Yeah, I think so. And I think that's why they've done so well. Because they're concentrating on that. In Germany, we also have one bigger pen and paper streaming group. Not that big, but also only one. Got so much attention. Ooh, what are their names? Brown Fox, if you don't mind me asking. If you know off the top of your head. Want to do a home review? Is it Dent related? The first campaign was pretty good in terms of intro to D&D. Powering on was not quite character. Stakes were big but easily understandable. Yeah. Rocket beans. Let me have a look. Obviously, I'm presuming they're German. Oh yeah, 600k subscribers. Yeah, it's interesting that, there can only be one. Maybe it's because their content is so long that people just don't have time to watch anyone else. So they end up just getting this. Everyone just watches the most popular one. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, everything else gets smaller, smaller, smaller. But yeah, I do wonder. I often wonder if Critical Role was made today and was never made before, I think it would look very different. You know, I think it would look very different. Stinky Dragon podcast is good actual play. Also, I think they joined with Critical Role. Has puppets and is incredible. That's the Rocket Rooster Teeth, sorry. Right? It's the Rooster Teeth, or ex-Rooster Teeth guys. It's not quite a zero-sum game, though. I believe they also are a gateway into other D&D stuff. Yeah, it was start from the beginning, being in a studio. Yeah, I also think they would be pushing a lot more short-form stuff. I think if Critical Role started now, the episodes would be 1 hour long, not 3 or 4 hours. Nobody now has enough of an attention span to sit down for more than an hour and watch something. Yeah. Yeah, but then at the same time, YouTube videos are getting longer. Like Ryan Trahan just put out a new video which is like an hour long, and if you look at all his videos, they've been slowly getting longer and longer and longer. You wouldn't have found my channel if they hadn't got you back in D&D hard, yeah. I'm always going to have a soft spot for Critical Role especially, because they were the ones that kind of made me gave me the confidence to try DMing myself. Like it's so just being able to watch a group of people who are like very nice to each other, very kind to each other, just have fun together. That kind of made me realize that, like, oh, I could do that too. It's weird, 'cause a lot of people watch, I mean, there's been issues in the past, a lot of people will watch Matthew Mercer play and be like, oh, I could never be like that. Like, he's making expectations way too high. But I watched him and thought, oh, he's making it look easy. I could probably do that too. Not to the same skill level or extent, but I don't need to be the same skill level or extent. I just need to do it. Don't be Matt. No one's saying being Matt. I'm saying being a DM, Michi. I suppose the way to look at it is it started as friends playing at home. They have the luxury of a hobby becoming a job, which is incredible. Be yourself and have fun, damn it. Michi, no one's saying being Matt. I'm just saying he's an inspiration. You should be more like Matt, to be honest. No, it's just, yeah. I know. I saw like 10 videos about being more like Matt. I don't see them really. But yeah. Hey, but Matt spends a massive amount of work with a team into this. Yeah, but I don't mean I just saw him playing D&D and having fun. Like, forget anything outside of that, guys. I'm just saying, I watched him play D&D, I saw him having fun with his friends, and he made me think I can do that too. It's on your YouTube page and it drives you batty. Or CR is ruining D&D. This is like my issue with it, because I get it all the time. And then the reason why I'm just being a bit like, is because I get so many comments when I say like, because I make videos where I look at Matt as examples of how to be a good DM, because I think he is a good DM. And I get so many people being like, you've got to do it yourself. Just don't look at it. I'm like, you people seem to want to be like, oh, if someone told you that they wanted to be an author, would you be like, don't read any books. Do not read any authors. Just do it. Just be yourself. Just write a book. It's like, no, read as much as you can. Find an author you like. Read a ton, because it's going to make you better. How does he just know everything? I mean, how often do you see him look up a spell or something like that? How to be a good DM? Have fun with your friends. Yes. I use Lego to DM games. It's another creative tool and fun. Yeah, I've got some of the figures. I think these are so much fun, and I'm surprised they're not like bigger, I guess. The whole D&D mini, like the look of a mini that has transcended past D&D and is like the same look that Pathfinder minis have and other TTRPGs minis have, is really interesting to me, because minis could look like anything. I would like to see, and if anyone knows any, I would love to play with minis and terrain that was like anime or animated inspired. Because I think that would be really, really cool. Oh, you get that? I'm just grumpy about if you want to be a good DM, you have to be so Matt-like. And that is just to me. I think, and it's a fine line that I always, because obviously I make a lot of videos that are like looking at famous DMs and looking at like what they do and like how I could potentially improve myself by gaining inspiration from them. And It's a fine line between being like, none of it really matters. But I have to say, if you want to become a better DM, there are things you can do. But you don't have to do them. And everyone's different. And it's like a very fine line where I have to keep like, kind of like, it's like a seesaw where I'm just like, yeah. I don't say know the rules as much as he does, minus maybe the stress of being on camera. Yeah. Knowledge comes with time. I've DM'd for 4 years, still don't know whether it counts as spell. Use it as a spell slot. Dude, I literally played last week and I was getting a basic thing wrong about offhanded weapon fighting. Wasn't there a Ghibli-esque campaign that was on Kickstarter that had minis? Ooh. The minis I'm interested in. I got into optimization and it's a fun puzzle and it makes you learn the rules really well. And it made me a better DM because I now know exactly how much I can push my players. This might be unpopular, but I'm not a fan of a Bria Heingar. Let a Bria be... meaning that she would thrive in Daggart. I like a Bria, I must say. I think she's got a different, a very different vibe to like both Brennan and Matt. And I think it's like a different way to DM, which is nice to see. But no, we're not getting into a Bria, a Bria bashing. You need to stop off, but how long will this live stream last? Not much longer, Annie, but I'll catch you later. Have a good day. Yeah, I've made videos. I've made a lot of videos about Bria. In general. The Abria. Nah, let's not talk about it. I think she has I think the community can be harsh to her sometimes. I've seen some videos and some choice things where they're being a bit harsh, and I'm not a fan of that. What happens with the erratas in TBE? I was looking at the errata just before. Nothing jumped out. I don't know if there's any big ones in there that are like gonna change anything for me. Oh yeah, I believe that any new books that are printed in the future will have the new errata. So we'll see. We will see. It looked like there was a lot, to be honest. But most of it was like wording or whatever. Negligible. The first rules errata from new D&D books saves grappled Goliaths and fixes poisoner feet, but nerfs treasure hoards and conjure fae's biggest redeeming feature. Grapple enjoyers themselves have also gained some clarification in attempting to move a grappled creature, should it be your size or smaller. There was previously some confusion around the phrasing of your speed isn't halved when you move in the fast wrestler benefit. It reworks is a little easier to phrase, noting that you don't have to spend extra movement to move. Right. But you know what, you guys might be able to help me with this. My biggest issue, and I should put this in my most asked questions, because it was one by me. When you are grappling someone and you move them, in my mind, they're being dragged, so they always have to be behind the person. So if you, I wish I had a battle mat here to show you, but if you are down here and you grapple this person here, and then you want to drag them up this way, then you have to move round and then pull them up. Meaning that you use 5 feet of movement, 10 feet of movement before you even drag them anywhere. Because I had players who were kind of like, oh, can I not, if I'm down here and can I move up one and kind of push them with me? There was a lot of weird stuff like that. That to this day, I'm still not sure how it works. But in my mind, it says dragged, so you quite literally need to, step first everywhere that they step. As you know, there is no rules as written about how the grappled monster player would behave, move. Wouldn't depend on how they were grappled. Yeah, I'm thinking if you guys are the same size and you've just won the contested roll, or whatever it is now, you can't push someone and you can drag someone at your side kind of effectively. Dragging your side is interesting. Because then if you drag someone on your side, so you're here and you grab him and you're pulling him up, but then there's a drop or hole, you couldn't drag them into the hole. Right? It's just a fun D&D stuff. Move them, however, but half movement. If I grabbed someone, I could push them back. See, that's the downside, because could you push them off a cliff? And I would be like, no, you've got to shove them. You got to shove them off the cliff. Is a fireman's carry considered a grapple? I believe so, but you would have to be... what are the rules? That you've got to be a size larger to do that? Or 2 sizes larger? But yeah. That was always one question I was just like, I guess I just have to decide how I'm going to rule it from now on. And that's how we go forwards. And I've always ruled it that if you want to drag someone, you have to, they always have to be behind you from the movement. So it must be no more than 1 size larger than you. Right. Yeah, I think it's something like if they're 2 sizes smaller than you or something, though, you can just lift them up and do whatever you want with them. We're just chatting. Still just chatting. Moving while grappling. When you move, you can drag or carry the grappled creature with you, but your speed is halved unless the creature is 2 or more sizes smaller than you. See, I think if you are grappling someone the same size as you, you can't carry them. Just get under, plant yourself firmly, and once they lose balance, you can move them around willy-nilly. I'm not playing like that. That's too... People can take advantage of that way too easily. I guess. Grapple success, free to move. So technically the fireman grapple, you if you're looking at a battle mat, you would occupy the same space as them, right? So you wouldn't be dragging them at all. They would no longer have their own square. They would be sharing the square with you. Welcome back, Annie. Basically, they're on your shoulders. But then there's a rule that two people can't occupy the same space. I know. But I remember this very clearly. When I first started playing D&D, when I first started DMing, I had a player who was a grappler and had looked online and found some information about a broken build where you just grapple people and you just push them into off the edge, or you just hold them there. It was a broken build, and they had figured it out, and they just wanted to grab people and take people to cliff sides and edges and stuff like that, or throw them into fire. And it was it was the first time I hit a wall where a player wanted to do something, and I was like, this is broken. This cannot be how this works. I remember it very clearly. And I just had to be like, no, doesn't work like that. Spike growth broken with grapple. Pushing, throwing, shoving is a separate athletics check to put them off cliff into trap X. I say whatever adjacent you are to them when grapple starts is how it stays. Oh, interesting. Could be worse. Could be 3.5 grapple. I don't know what 3.5 grapple was like, but I presume it was bad. This was all my opinion, not a raw take. Yeah, I don't think there's much information about it raw, to be honest. It really is just down to the DM and players and how they want to do it. IRL, a fireman's carry. Yeah, you got to think, you can fireman carry someone bigger than you, but could you if they were kicking and screaming and trying to get out of it? Check out Darth Android's Grapple comics. You can, but it's not fun. Yeah. Yeah, grappling, whole thing. It was a whole thing. And grappling's been the one, I think the main thing where I'm not moving over to 2024 rules. Because I like the contested rule, and they tried to change that. What do you allow a grappled player to do? God, if I remember correctly, they can do anything. They just can't move. They can still attack. So they can totally attack someone else or just attack the person grappling them. They can roll to get out of the grapple. They just can't really move. I think that's the major thing. And the grappler can also attack. The grappler can punch the guy they've grappled on their go. That player that I was talking about. That was the whole shtick. They were so strong that they would go up to enemies, they would grapple them, and they were like a Goliath, and they had something where they could grapple creatures bigger than them, much bigger than them, and they would grapple them, they would hold them there, and they would just punch over and over and over again, and just hold them there while all the spellcasters would just attack from a distance. Leon, we officially ended our campaign yesterday. Half the party's souls were devoured by Black Razor, and me and my friend's character, twins, barely escaped. Too much at stake and low probability of survival meant that our characters would stay in their domain of dread. So now, we're playing in a post-apocalyptic Faerun. Not like Fallout, but more Lord of the Rings type thing, although I don't really know what the consequences are. It's set 80 years after the last campaign. That's actually really damn cool. Mm-hmm. In Salvation, you're playing a rogue with your own homebrewed subclass based on a peacekeeper from the game for honor. If you want to take a look at the homebrew, I'd really appreciate it. I might look at it later, Leon, but I'm not going to look at it now, I'm afraid. I usually just say grapple people are at disadvantage on attacks, except the person holding. For my crunchy games that tracks arrows, I say you can't two-hand anything. I go back and forth on it, though. Right, you also have disadvantage on attacks, except anyone. Yes. Do you also have... Do other people have advantage on hitting you as well? No, that's only if you're prone. But the grappler can push you down prone. They can use a shove action to get you on the ground, and then they can keep you grappled. I might be wrong here, but if I remember correctly, a grappler can push an enemy to the ground, keep them grappled, and then they have... everyone has advantage on hitting them, which is wild. Because they're prone. Example scenario. Druid casts spike growth in a 20-foot radius. A fighter grapples a goblin and starts moving backward, pulling the goblin 10 feet through the spiked area. The goblin takes 2d4 damage for 5 feet, totaling 4d4 piercing damage. If the fighter had 30 feet of speed and moving with the goblin halves it, they could drag the goblin 10 feet through the area, causing 4d4 damage. Does spike growth not affect allies? The meat grinder strategy. Yeah, there's a lot. How do you guys feel about players who find loopholes that are obviously overpowered and then build characters around that? I feel like I would ask my players not to do that. I'd be like, hey man, can you not do that? Because it'll break the balance of the game completely. The creature can't occupy the same space, so you can drag another character through spike growth, no problem. Yeah, but you would be getting hit by that spike growth as well. You don't DM, but if another player did that, you'd roll your... You just play, yeah, come on, guys. I am that player, but I don't like that. Yeah, there's like a boundary. There's optimizing a character to the extent where you are kicking ass, and I like that. But then there's like finding rules that don't really make much sense. I know that what you just said wasn't one of those. Like, it does make sense. It's like a combo wombo. But you get a lot of people who find rules that are just like, the DM can't do anything about this. I'm going to do it. And it's just like that. I'm like, no, don't be against the DM like that. If the DM's on a player's side, the players have to also be on the DM's side. That's how I think about it. Or you can drag a creature through spike growth without taking damage yourself. Wait, how? Because you're dragging. So you're dragging the person, right? So you have to walk through it first. If you're moving, if you're like dragging them to the side, that's like a shoving action. You're forcing them into another space. Yeah, I guess it just depends on the DM. I wouldn't allow it. Annie coming in with the, I'll just kill him. I don't let them build for it. If you find it once, I let it happen. Then put the nerf so you don't spam it later. Every group I run for has come up with a different cool jump attack idea. I mean, what's the most famous one? It's that dumb momentum-based one where if you just pass an object to each other, within 6 seconds, it'll pick up momentum and do something insane. It's just like, well, I'm not allowing that. That's Nope. You can drag them next to you. Not in my games, Hadgame. I've got a strict interpretation of the rules. I thought I didn't say anything about it in the book. If you had a flying speed, you could drag someone behind. Yeah, I will. Yeah, if you were in the air, you could do it. The passive railgun, yeah. We have a homebrew rule that allows players to alter what happens in the game if all their average rolls beat a DM's 2D roll. 2D roll. I did some math for how Portent would affect it, and it is insane. Yeah, peasant railgun. Only works if you apply real-world physics, which then also breaks the idea down at the same time. That one always confuses me why I was taken so seriously. Yeah, I wonder, like, I would love to sit at a table where that argument was happening in like a hostile way. I think it's a hilarious argument, but if that ruined any games, it's like, you guys probably shouldn't have been playing together in the first place. To me, those strategies are fun, in theory. They're fun to think about for sure. If it doesn't restrict it, it allows it. That is the same for all other rules of that type. I think if it doesn't restrict it, it's down to the DM's decision at the time. But yeah, I'd be interested to know what the most like divisive ruling is, that like some DMs do it completely differently. I feel like grappling might be up there as one of them at this point, like grappling and dragging. Well, I mean, yes, the DM rules, and then that is the rule. By raw, you can drag them beside. My issue is with the word drag and beside you. I don't think you're dragging someone if they're beside you. I think you're like 50-50 pushing them at that point, because you can't drag someone in front of you. Like, we can all agree with that, right? So yeah, I don't know. I will die on this hill, Leon. I'll die on it. The correct answer, albeit so I think DM allows peasant railgun anyway. Hey, I'm all for rule of cool, and peasant railgun is cool. But once you open that bag of worms, you can't close it again. If it doesn't restrict it, it allows it. But to me, there is no evidence that this is the intent of the rules. You drag a bag beside you, so yes, you can drag a person. I don't drag a bag beside you. Like, the bag is dragging on the ground, but I think you're just carrying the bag. I mean, we're knee deep in pedantics here, but I do enjoy this stuff. Okay, so the definition of drag actually supports your view. Pull someone or something along forcefully, roughly, or with difficulty is dragging. So technically, by the side of you, yeah, you could pull someone along forcefully, roughly, or with difficulty. I know. I'm saying not in my games, because it opens up all the bullshit about like dragging people off cliffs. Lucky you've never been caught by your collar and dragged backward into a wall. Fair. Usually very strong to drag someone beside you. I tried IRL, it's super hard. Yeah, this is a video in the making. Can I drag someone my size beside me who's like kicking and screaming? Because you can grab someone by the collar, right? You can grab someone by the collar and you can walk them to the side. But then equally, do you believe you can drag someone in front of you then? Because you must believe you can grab someone and drag them in front of you. And if that's the case, you're shoving them, technically, because you're pushing them forwards a space. It's interesting. It's interesting. There's no answer. I'm going to die on my hill. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines dragging as, yeah. And I went to the dictionary hoping that I would win, but it failed me. Guys, I'm not saying it's good or fun. I'm saying that raw is allowed. No one has done that in our games. Spike Guts is an annoying spell for combats that are already static because of orange attacks. You can do some physics calculations if you want. Yeah, if you can get on that. Let's get the research and development team on that. I'm going to change the title of the YouTube stream to Pedantic D&D Rule Debate. Difference to me is the gesture. Grab someone while pushing and lifting them or shoving them away from you. The image is really different. Don't compare real life to D&D. It never works. You can grapple a creature one size larger than you. You are a medium creature, 5'9", and you are stronger than average. But you can't grapple and move a bear at half speed. Yeah, I don't like it. In my games, you can't. There's no movement of freedom of movement when someone's grappled. It's got to be, you got to drag them behind you. A bunch of subscribers being like, "Why is there a stream pod titled Peasant Railgun Apologetics?" Look, guys, I'm just saying that we should allow Peasant Railgun. Because someone works really hard figuring it out. Leon's correct. One size bigger is a lot weirder than the rest, yeah. Because that size bigger isn't just a size bigger. That's like a tiny person. Oh, sorry, a small person can do it to a large. To a medium. It's like a child dragging an adult. Oh, 1 second. Okay, hopefully Daggerheart has some better rulings for that stuff. To me, the absence of prohibition is not the presence of a rule. Many abilities or mechanics are built to function within undefined or open-ended context. For example, the help action in combat doesn't list all the ways it can be used, just examples. The rest is left to the DM discretion. Nothing says a barbarian can't try to break that grapple by spitting in an enemy's face to distract them. The game doesn't say yes, but more importantly, it doesn't say no, so it's permitted, subject to the DM. I think we can all agree I would hope we can all agree on the subject to the DM part. What the DM says goes. I have a friend who's 3 inches and 50 pounds bigger than me. I ain't dragging him anywhere. I love it. I love the pedantic arguments about this stuff. Because it also gets me just like learning stuff about real life. It gets me looking up definitions of words to win arguments. Rules as written raw is only one pillar of gameplay, the other 2 rules as intended, and table rulings are equally, if not more important. DMs are explicitly encouraged to make calls that fit their table and the story, even if those calls deviate from raw. Indeed. Indeed. I probably think rules as written is one of the least used, like, pillars, as you say. Mm-hmm. Brennan. All right, guys, it would be rude for me not to play at least one D&D video game to try and... Otherwise, this video is never going to come out. This video is never going to come out unless I play every D&D video game. So, what is next on the list? Let's have a look. I think we'll be in and out, though. I'll probably die pretty fast. You allow anything raw at your table, but my players know that I'll play just as far as they're willing to go. Going to my free body diagram, the force required to pull a creature of a mass equal to the average human exceeds the power that a person can exert with muscle groups to pull the creature next to you. In English, please. What did we do last time? I think we did Gateway to the Savage Frontier, so now it's on to Treasure of the Savage Frontier. You can't get them moving. I think it's what I just said. Ah, okay. Wait, what was the last game we played? Hold on, I've got a list somewhere. Gateway to Savage Frontier was the last one. Meaning, next up is Treasure of the Savage Frontier. Honestly, this will be a fast game because I'm kind of done with these kind of games. Might be loud, I apologize. I'd like to apologize for how loud that was. Is it me, or do these games feel like they're like getting older as we go? Oh. Have I thought about doing actual play with the channel? I have, Matthew. I have a fair amount as well. I just don't think I have enough of an audience to make it worthwhile yet, and I want to build up more of an audience. So maybe when I hit 100k subscribers. All right, Headcam, have a good one. What's up, Martin? Are you serious? We gotta walk. Wait, no, it's all good. You will meet the beautiful residents of the savage frontier. Okay. Well, it does that. Let's. We're watching Disco Roll C3. How's it going? Why can't I move the mouse? Huh? Load save game. As we've learned, we can just load from short treasures. This is the same dudes. HP Quixian. Begin adventuring? Nope. Okay. Late summer in the valley of Desarin is a time of subtle beauties and quiet thoughts. Can I not full screen this? Alt, enter. No, I can't frickin' full screen it on my main screen. Ah, so annoying. It's fine. We can play it small. On a hilltop above Yatar, your party spends a lazy afternoon of food and friendship, recalling your great triumph at a score. No, it must be a dream. The green hillside has become a cold stone floor. Dark ceilings have blotted out the light blue sky. Worst of all, the sweet songs of the birds have become the strident clank of armor. This is such a classic way to start a D&D campaign, is just to be like, you have a dream. It's awful. You recognize the familiar face of your old friend, Amanitas. Oh dear, he says. 1, 2, 3, they all made it. I was afraid I'd left out a word or two. Once, while fighting owlbears, I summoned 2 white rabbits, 3 vials of sensuous silvery moon, perfume, and a stuffed fish on a plaque inscribed to Old Boggy from the boys. Yeah, let's skip past Amanitas, bids me goodbye. We'll not stop the rebellion until we throw off the greedy Zentarim who stole our city. Yep, it's a revolution. And we're in the game? Move? A dwarf stops you holding up a map. You'll need this to find your way back through the secret doors. If you need to rest, you thank him and record the map as a journal entry. Cool. Straight into it, I guess. Yeah, it feels like these games didn't get better. At all. We're talking like 5 years that's passed. I guess if you do something, this tavern is a shambles as an outnumbered group of dwarf battles a force of men and griffins. Help dwarfs. And then quick. Why are there griffins in here? Okay. Don't tell me I'm gonna lose this in the very first fight. HP Quicksand is not looking good. HP Quicksand does not have HP. HP Quicksand is dead. Oh no. Well, at least it's going to be a fast one. Oh no. Nice. Just the sound of like the footsteps and the missing is gonna haunt my dreams. Yeah, should we just listen to the actual sound? This is real life sound effects I make at the D&D table as a DM. Okay. I hit the wrong button now. It's cycling through everyone. Okay. Party has won, but at what cost? We lost HP Quicksand. I want the money. I want the platinum. It's kind of annoying. Let me out. I don't want your treasure. I'm probably not going to survive much longer. Is the whole combat automatically solved? It is when it can be. When I press Q, it does it for me because I don't understand the rules of the game, nor have the patience for it. Wait, why have I... Oh, I'm using AS... That's very annoying. Modern computer games have broken me completely. Hold on, let me minimize that. Get rid of this. Have I thought about putting my D&D sessions on YouTube? I should put something on here because I literally just got asked this before. I've thought about it. If I wanted to do an actual play, I'd want more of an audience first. So I want to like try building up my channel more. So maybe when I hit 100k subscribers, I'll do that. Because I just don't think it would get any views right now, really, for the effort that would be needed to record and everything. All right. We're back outside. You'd watch it for sure. Yeah, I think. I just wonder, like, I don't think it's the YouTube algorithm wouldn't be like putting it out to people. But like I intend to. As you start to pass through the city gate, several dwarfs rush up to you. Please don't leave. They call out, we cannot defeat the Xantaran forces without your help. Okay. Stay here. Trust me, it's a lot of work I'm doing right now. Yeah. Oh no, I trust you. I believe it's a ton of work. You can stream on Twitch and post clips on YouTube. Yeah, but to stream on Twitch, bear in mind my games are like home games. I play in person. So I'd have to like have a whole setup for that, and like I think it would take a little bit of the fun out of D&D. It'll turn into something else. But I'm not against it. I just want I want a bigger audience. Let me run all the way down here. Fill out this map. The courtyard of the keep is filled with a sea of men and monsters. They recognize the party as you pass through the gate and immediately rush forward to attack. A battle begins. That's so many people. All right, well, RIP team. There's so many people. Imagine playing D&D and just being like, okay, here's the second fight. There's 20 enemies, all with a ton of health. No, let's listen to the sound of this. Go on, guys. I love how the animation is them using a hammer to fire an arrow, it looks like. There goes Madam BK. So many griffins. I've never been more sure we're about to die. You're a Crispy Tavern fan, and I pushed me his entire back catalogue before you got even one shadow over Kikono's recommendation. Is that his actual play? All I know right now, I'm struggling in my videos to get like over 30k views anyway. So if I did actual plays, I would just be asking to get very few views. Oh, okay, it's just... Oh. You're so dead, Talvin. You're doing it podcast style, so no cameras, so there's a little less work, but it still requires a lot of work. Yeah. The party has been destroyed. Surprise, surprise. Hard games. I think I messed up there. I think I chose a pre-built party, and I think I chose the pre-built party that I had in the last game. So it's cool that you can transfer people over. I think I was severely underleveled. Severely. What's up, Armory? For instance, how do I create a surprise attack, or if my players surprise a party, I believe rules is written now, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. It's simply that the people who are being surprised get disadvantage on initiative rolls. Or the people doing the surprise get advantage on initiative rolls. Leon, new command. Actual play. I'm not against doing an actual play for now. It's a home game. I want to go bonus action fashion first, so the effort's worth it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Leon. Nailed it. I miss Sigil Armory. Yeah, we didn't spend too long in Sigil. It did not go the way I wanted it to go, unfortunately. I tried looking for the bright side of it. I tried to play around with it. It crashed on me. I couldn't figure out how to make certain enemies attack when I could with other people. And I was trying to build out my last session. So my last session, I was trying to build like the final encounter, and there just wasn't enough stuff there to build it out. So what can you do? Raw is just advantage and disadvantage on initiative, right? But honestly, who cares about Raw? Yeah. I remember when I first started, before I knew what surprise was, I would just even now I did it the other day. It depends who it was. If it's a proper fight that I've planned for, then I will then I used to just be like, okay, the people doing the surprise just get to go first. Like, they get an entire free round. But sometimes, and in the last session I did this, if it's just a dumb NPC that they're fighting and they want to just knock them out, I just let them do it. I just give them that ability. I understand why some DMs would not like that or allow it, but for example, one of my players in the last session persuaded it was a dumb commoner NPC, low level, persuaded them to like take them into this back room, and then it was the new player, and the new player was just like, okay, I want to knock this person out. I was like, you punch them and you knock them out. I'm not going to make you roll. I'm not going to make you do any of this stuff, because it's way cooler, and it just makes sense that your character would just knock this guy out. You know, James Bond style, where he just punches people and they're just unconscious. They must have spent a ton of money on it. Where did the money go? It looks good, Armory. It looks very good. It's got some cool effects on there. I can believe that they spent a bunch of money and made this as like a research and development thing. You know how like Twitch is, they say that Twitch isn't profitable. Like Twitch loses Amazon money, but the technology that they build on Twitch, they can put into other things. I'm hoping that's what happens with Sigil, and that all the stuff they learn, all the assets they've built, the custom, like the mini customizer, the combat encounter rolling stuff, just the dice rolling mechanic. I hope they can take that tech and put that into other products. That's what I'm hoping. So it's not a complete loss. We changed it so when we're planning an ambush and it goes to plan, we get a surprise round, because it just feels so bad going later than the enemies, even though you technically have fired an arrow already. Yeah. The arrow's flying through the sky. It takes 6 seconds to get there. And meanwhile, there's just a full fight going on. You got a very good mod for your channel. I know I do. I know I do. And I appreciate you, Leon. I think the concepts of a VTT and selling other things makes business sense. I mean, Tailspire already does it. Yeah, the biggest shame, and something that I was conflicted on, is like, even playing through it now, I saw so much potential. And it's just such a shame. It's such a shame that we're never going to see that potential come to fruition. And they say they're still working on it, but they're not going to get anything done. If there's only like what was it? They fired 40 people, which was 90%. So like, if there's only like 5 people left working on it, they're not going to get a lot done. Leon, you're trying your best. You're doing an amazing job. I hope you do not, and I know I've said this, and I know you're cool with it, please do not work too hard. I'm not worth it, but I appreciate everything you've done. Into a back room, you say, okay, stop. That's good ruling. Why make it harder when it's just a low level, bro? Yeah. Am I ending? I'm chatting for a little bit. Cool. I think you should make videos and explaining the game mechanics with figures. Oh, like minis? It's just kind of talking time, cool. I'm trying to play the video games, but when I play the video games, rightly so, or I should say when I'm just chatting full screen like this is when I see the most like chatting. So this is my favorite part of it. Now I feel bad for not being here enough. Cool, it's all good. Honestly, it's all good. To be honest, I was kind of relieved because a great VTT from D&D themselves with monetization, I could totally see it becoming the de facto experience and everything gearing towards it. New player handbook, only on the VTT XX. Yeah, it could become like D&D Beyond a little bit where it is monopolizing. Leon, you're chilling. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, Sigil. We'll see. Hey, they could pull it. They're not going to. But imagine if they did. If they pulled out the bag and they turned it around. I think the biggest disappointment, to go back into it, is that it's very much just out now. The game is out. It's not in beta. It doesn't say beta anywhere. It is like advertised as a fully fledged release. And you can only play it on a Windows PC. It's just like, what are you guys doing? You could, like, don't release it. Because, it's out now and no one's going to use it. No one's going to use it. And it's just going to be a reminder to everyone. Every time they open up D&D Beyond and see Project Sigil as an option, they're going to be like, they messed that one up. Oh, is just a role on Discord for Twitch stream announcements and YouTube uploads? A role? Oh, you mean like a room? I do Twitch announcements on the announcements page there. I don't do YouTube videos. I want to leave that to YouTube to do its thing. Yeah, with minis like spell AoE, you can explain a monster stats block, and sometimes it's really hard to understand if you show it with minis. Fair. You can make roles on Discord, lol. Yeah, but you mean like people would join that role if they were interested in when I go live? What's going on, Zoethar? Bots do it for me. Right. Yeah, I know. I don't mind just typing in Discord when I go live. What is next on the video game list? It is either Beholder 3, and then what's Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures? That sounds cool. I don't think we'll be able to get it, but I saw a D&D video game, an old school one, which was a fighting game, like Street Fighter, and I'm like, that looks fun to play. No, there would choose to be assigned to that role when they enter. Ah, I get you now. I get you. Zoe, working on a dream point system for your campaign. A dream point system? Boom. So, I gotta say, playing through all these D&D video games, I'm over the whole, I get, like, the moving around the space with arrow keys and having, like, the majority of the screen taken up by other things. I don't want anymore. How far do I have to go down? I guess Baldur's Gate? We're here. We are here. So maybe one day, and anyone who doesn't want to watch me play video games can skip that day. I'll just do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a day. What's Blood and Magic like? Any screen grabs? Blood and Magic D&D. Wait, what? Okay, Blood and Magic looks pretty fun. D&D fighting game Dritz Caliber. That's not actually what it's called, right? You're messing with me. What is it? D&D fighting.
Who developed Iron and Blood for the PlayStation, DOS, and it was a shit show. The end. Oh wait, that's actually not very interesting at all. Well, fortunately, it ain't the full story. Take-Two, which is now a giant, unfeeling video game conglomerate, came from humble BC.
Show me the
game was Iron and Blood, or should I say Iron Blood? Because originally the game was scheduled to come out on Panasonic's ill-fated and non-existent M2 hardware, but wasn't based on D&D at all. But the young developers assigned to the project, who were all mostly fresh out of college, by the way, were Heroes Warcraft Edition? Backgrounds are one simple image and a square surface to fight on, and yeah, that's kinda it. There are the life bars, though, or life flames that just, ooh, oh, I'm gonna get to you later. But overall, Ravenloft just...
This is what D&D should do. D&D should take the IP and they should make another Tekken-style fighting game and force it in somehow. I think that would be so funny.
Looks pretty boring, which extends over to the audio as well. Most tracks don't make much of an impression, and for those that do, well, it's mostly a negative one.
Combination!
Oh,
Nothing screams Dungeons and Dragons like hardcore, like techno.
yeah, thanks. Yeah, every time you do a combo...
What's up, Blaze? This is a D&D video game, I guess from the 90s, that was on PlayStation.
Combination!
And again, unlike KI, it's just annoying here because you'll often get situations like these.
Combination! 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 Combination!
All of this blahness is at least slightly offset by full CGI endings, but I use that pluralization loosely because there's only 2. See, in campaign mode,
Funny in theory than half asset and finite. At least a really, really bad fighting game would make for a fun video to make.
the main single-player offering, there's only specific conclusions for the 2 factions, and oh man, are they ever satisfying.
Go Super Saiyan.
This means, unfortunately, that none of the individual characters have their own endings, which leads to many, i.e. all of them, being rather forgettable. Like, damn, when even Criticom shows you up with better production value,
It's indeed a game.
You know you fucked up. Honestly, the only credit I can really give
I want to play this game. I want to play it. And I'm playing every D&D video game. If this is available on Steam, I'm looking forward to it.
Warriors of Ravenloft here is a substantial 16-character roster, which plumps up to an impressive 20 when you factor in the 4 unlockable bosses. The only problem with so many choices, though, is having to grapple with the... Okay, alright, okay. Iron and Blood has some of the most random, haphazard mechanics I've ever seen. It's a 4-button fighter, quick, medium, strong, and miscellaneous?
I don't know what that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
High and low block, and a sidestep, which is probably the worst sidestep in the history of sidestepping. You move so fast when you do it, circling to the side of your opponent so swiftly that the camera can't keep up, so it doesn't bother. Each character only has 2 special moves and 2 to 3 canned combos.
I love how the paladin on the left always does the same sword spin attack.
With the rest of their kits composed of random buffs that they can only acquire through winning artifacts off other opponents. Rings of healing.
Oh, this is D&D though. Ring of Equilibrium. The possessor can not be knocked down by a conventional non-magical attack, and even magical attacks meant to knock down will be only half strength. The stone also doubles the user's chances of knocking down an opponent.
Earth Tremor, magic tridents, stuff like that. You can only keep these buffs if you don't lose all your lives though. Yes, I said lives. By default, each character has 3.
I want to play Street Fighter. We have Street Fighter at home. Street Fighter at home.
If they gain any artifacts during them and then die for good, those relics and their associated powers go with them. Now, this would be fine if it was relegated to some sort of extra RPG or roguelike mode, but no, this is how the game works everywhere. You're also required to pick a team between 3 and 6 characters, and with 3 lives as the default, fights go on.
Oh, please tell me this game's on Steam. Please tell me it's on Steam. Ba-da-ba-da-boom. Iron and Blood Warriors of Ravenloft. Oh, it's not on Steam. Thank you, Cool Cylinder. Yeah, I was, I got sick and tired of my bed. It was getting a bit too much, so it went kaput. So it's getting real big. You know what? I started using skincare, like a skincare routine, to give myself a nice, you know, I think I mentioned this. So I've started using this skincare routine, and honestly, I just wanted to feel my skin under my beard for once. I wanted to moisturize it, so I did it. Claim, what's going on? How are you? I wonder what else is in the D&D video game list that I won't be able to play, unfortunately, but would love to. I can tell you what my game library looks like. Well, I hide a bunch of my games because I don't like seeing the whole list. So it's just stuff that I'd be interested in playing around now. And I can tell you, looking at the list right now, it's Apex Legends, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Deadlock, The Forgotten Realms D&D Archives Collection 1, The Forgotten Realms D&D Archives Collection 2, Halo Infinite, Helldivers 2, Lethal Company, Marvel Rivals, Repo, Satisfactory, Schedule 1, Split Fiction, The Witcher 3, and Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord. Is all the ones that I just had in my list right now. I think if I went to unhired games, I'd have a ton more, but I just don't like the huge list there. Yeah, I love both. I've not played Deadlock that much recently. I kind of fell off it because I just wasn't very good at it, but it's definitely a really cool game. I have a suggestion for a future video. Good 3.5, 4th edition supplements to use with 5th edition. It's not a bad video idea. I would have to do a ton of research. I don't know if it'd be worth it for me, because I don't know anything about 3.5, or 4th. So it would be like going and learning everything I could about that. Looks like your game library. Like, great minds. You love Rivals and Deadlock. Yeah. Rivals got me hard. I was surprised at how fun that game is. Nice selection. Thank you, Blaze. Yeah. The game I play the most, though, is Apex Legends. Because, like, I've got friends who play it a lot. And, like, we find it hard to find another game that we're all, like, that into. So we always end up just coming back to Apex. Same, you didn't like Overwatch, but I love Rivals. See, I loved Overwatch. And that's why I love Rivals. Man, Overwatch 1, when it first came out, was like... I don't think I'm ever going to go back to those golden years of gaming. Like the first 3 years of Overwatch 1. Man, so good. But yeah, I like co-op games. I like games where I can play with other people. That's my jam. You've clocked it. I've never played Counter-Strike. But I've heard very good things. It's classic. You have 5k hours, but you don't play that much anymore. Now with all the modding and stuff, yeah. I have another weakness. There's like co-op games that I can play with my buddies, like social games. Like it's why I was liking Repo so much recently, or Lethal Company, or Among Us, like games like that. But my other weakness is building games, like Satisfactory, or Valheim, or even Minecraft. And there's that new one that's just come out, the RuneScape one. I'm like down to play. I've been meaning to bring it up with my buddies to see if I can get them to get it. RuneScape, Dragon Wilds, that's what it's called. Gameplay. This game literally has my name all over it. The going around and punching a tree to get wood, and then using that wood to build something, and then using that to build a shelter, and then using that to build more tools, and then using that to get stone, and using that to build... I love that gameplay loop, and just building bigger and bigger stuff. It's a real addiction issue for me. And I wonder... this looks very similar to Valheim. Like, very similar. And it's co-op as well. For, I think, 3 people. And it's RuneScape. The classic of the classic. But yeah, I'm kind of all over it. I just like building like little villages and just building them out. Holy Fireballs, I just looked at the Forgotten Realms collection. I never knew they existed. Thanks. Dude, I've been playing those games on stream recently. They are not easy. When you get to BG3, call the Twitch viewers on. Yeah. I was kind of hoping to be close by now that the new update came out for BG3. I am not close. But yeah. I think when I get to BG3, it'll be the last game on the list of all video games, and I kind of want to do like a full playthrough. Love Lethal and Repo. Yeah. Games like that are so funny to me. I need games that have what's it called, where you can only hear the voices of people close to you. And Repo, the fact that the mouth's open is I find it the funniest thing ever. Just looking at my friends talk is so funny. Finally, Call of Duty Warzone's back in the rise. Really? Call of Duty Warfare, they did the whole thing where they were just having skins, where they were just dinosaurs, right? Proximity chat, yes. Yes, thank you. Yeah, man, just you see the little mouths open and close. All the effects in Lethal Company when people would go underwater and you just hear them. I have a lot of time for it. Has anyone tried playing Echo Knight in D&D? Oh, you mean, I thought you were talking video games still. You mean the subclass? Echo Knight is a critical role class, right? Time to configure your soundboard. Good luck. I'm sure you'll be fine. If you're interested in history and medieval European times, you should play the Kingdom Come Deliverance games. Oh, yeah, sorry, someone mentioned that earlier. Yeah, it was you should play Kingdom Come Deliverance and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. First one's a bit gritty, but it's realistic and portrays the story so well. The second one is amazing. Okay. But there's no building, right? Yeah, it's Mount Mercer's own. That's the one where you can like send out a clone of yourself and teleport to that clone, right? Which does sound awesome. And the clone can attack for you. You build the character you're playing. Fair enough. It counts. Got here late. Were you playing Sigil? I was. I gave Sigil a second chance cloud cover, but I did not have a good time with it, unfortunately. Can't wait for when they release Tarson's Barb subclass. Ooh. Henry starts from nothing and becomes whoever you want him to be. I'll be a bit. It will take a long time. I need to write out everything about a spell in a predictable way that a computer can read. Yeah, I don't envy that, but I'm sure it'll be rewarding once you finish it. You had hopes for the Unreal Engine, but whatever. The best thing I can say about it is it looks phenomenal. And it was ambitious. Those are the only two good things I can say about it. I played Medieval Dynasty back when it was in early access. And me and my friend have been talking about getting it again because they brought out co-op. And I've not played it since co-op was released. But yeah, Medieval Dynasty was a lot of fun. An Echo Knight can attack up to 11 times per round at level 20. Oh, at level 20 it's fine. People are doing insane things anyway. Just so I can sit for 5 minutes, say, this is interesting, then use 5 more minutes to understand what happens, put a chaos burst into something that's going to be fun. If they release it, I hope it plays much easier than Tarleton made it look. Is this why the creators left? I have not kept up with the news. The creators left because they got fired, because Wizards of the Coast decided it was not worth their time and money anymore to make it. Unfortunately. Taliesin is like a glutton for punishment when it comes to creating complex and hard to run characters. But I think I think he genuinely loves it. I think he genuinely loves it. No, the top creators were they fired over Sigil. What do you mean by top creators? Explain yourself, Cloudcover. I need more information to compute. Oh, you mean... Right. You mean Perkins and Crawford as top creators. Yeah, Leon's right. I think they've been planning to leave for a long time. Yeah, I think they've been wanting to go for a long time. Crazy times. That's still not sunk in that like we're gonna have future YouTube videos without their faces and their like view on. I thought both of them were like the best thing about D&D. I like as far as Wizards of the Coast goes, and then publishing new books. The people I trusted the most in the organization were those two people. So the fact that they're gone now is like, you might hear me being less trustworthy. Sorry, I'm always trustworthy. You might hear me trusting them less. But we'll see what happens. Oh, guys, if you're watching me on YouTube as well, please like the stream. Just go hit that like button. And I'll know. I'll know if you don't. And I'll do nothing about it. This is Animal Crossing music, I believe. It's sad to see them go. They're great people, enjoy Neo Jail. And when people that worked for WotC spilled their tea, none of them ever said anything mean about Perkins or Crawford. Says a lot. Yeah, but a lot of people spilled their tea and it came out that they were unreliable sources as well. So we always have to remember that. I'm always trustworthy. I think if someone told me I'm untrustworthy, I'd be like, I trust you. I trust you to be untrustworthy. Yeah, it's about D&D Shorts video. Yeah. So the whole D&D Shorts thing was that he, like, was leaking stuff that was fake from people. Unfortunately. When do you prep for games? Normally day of a session. I don't have a session this week, unfortunately. I'm back at it next week. So like, and right now we're playing Fridays. So Friday I'll be like getting stuff done before the session. I'll probably live stream it, I think. I had a great time live streaming the prep for the last session, and the session turned out really well because you guys had some great D&D ideas. I'm talking about in the shorts. What an aggressive way to start a sentence. Yeah. Ba-dum-bum. Alright, I'm waning. I'm waning, guys. I'm a tired boy. 3 hours and 45 minutes first stream, not bad going. You said that in Venom voice. Yeah, we are the DM. Guys, I watched that final Venom movie. It's bad. The entire Venom series is so dreadful. That is crazy that it exists. At one point, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but Venom goes into full sing-song and does like a dance while singing for like 3 minutes straight. It's wild that it exists. Luckily, it was a plane movie for me, so I just watched it on a plane. It's just insane. It's insane that I'm watching Tom Hardy, a phenomenal actor, do that. Yeah, Cloud, I think I'll probably normally be doing streams for session prep every Friday, is the intention, moving forwards. You play D&D in 4 hours, can't wait. Ooh, as a player? Exciting times. I'd love to play D&D with you. You seem like someone who's fun to play with. Same with Leon. Yeah, maybe we should get like an online game going. Man, if I had time. Let me become a millionaire content creator, and then I'll play with you, because I'll have nothing else to do. So that's the plan. That's the game plan, okay? Millionaire first, non-stop games afterwards. CGI is clean though, but yeah. I'm gonna make time for you and nothing else matters. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm on a content treadmill over here. I didn't put out a video this week, and I'm feeling the sweat. I have to put out a video ASAP next week now. Non-stop working over here. Hey, I'm working over here. Unless we monetize it. Maybe we make it an actual play and we monetize our game. I want to see another person prep. You can go back and watch my... No, you can't, because I took my streams down. But I'm going to put my streams back up. Martin Irvin gifted a bunch of subscriptions. Holy crap, Martin. Hype train started. Thank you, Martin. If you just received a subscription, please let Martin know you're thankful. That's huge. Norwegian love. I can pay you for joining the game, dude. I want to pay you. I want to pay you as a mod. Hey, Martin, thank you. Now you are longer than in the beginning. I'm certainly closer. I was going to say I love illustrating in Photoshop. It can suck sometimes. Dude, I'm like learning Photoshop slowly but surely the hard way for thumbnails. And it's like a curse because it's like addictive. But also like there's such a learning curve. Like I probably put like a lot of hours into learning Photoshop at this point, and I still feel like I don't know anything. We are generous people. As far as I can tell, you guys are very generous people. Bum, bum. Hey, I'm a certified professional in Adobe. It's hard. Pulling a Leon. The art of dispensing mod justice to the wrong person and being the burden of... Leon, you gotta change that, man. You did it once. I think if you do that more than once, if you accidentally ban people, like 5 times in a row that it becomes becoming a Leon. But as a one-off. I can hire you. Please see the earlier rant about having no money. I'll keep it cheap. I need side gigs anyways. Man, you'll be the first person I call when I have a bit of cash. What VTT do you normally use? VTT called... What is it called? It's called something tabletop. Something tabletop. Oh yeah. My own dining tabletop. I just use my in-person stuff. So I don't use a VTT. I use battle maps. These battle map books that I love that you'll see all over my videos. I use minis and I'll use warlock tiles. That's kind of my go-to. And honestly, it's like, I feel like I've figured out a very quick way of setting up like encounters with that stuff. And the problem with that is that my players find that they are fighting in very similar environments often. Very similar environments, because I'm just going back and using the same stuff over and over again. It will never be forgotten. This is the burden I must carry to forever remind myself of my sins. Leon walking into a dimly lit alleyway as it fades to black in the credits roll. You're also in a trench coat. What VTC do you use, Cloud Cover? Yeah, there was a point where, like, when Sigil was first announced, I was kind of like, maybe I could use that in person for certain big fights, where everyone pulls out their laptops and we all look at it. But it's a lot of effort. Always in a trench coat, yeah. BRB animals need feeding. Fair enough. You used D&D Beyond 1 and had luck. Right. I do like 2D maps on D&D Beyond is growing on me. It is growing on me. 2 out of 5 of your group uses Mac, so good game, Sigil. Yeah, they kind of screwed themselves, didn't they? I just see Leon acting like a Starion. I don't know why. No, he gives me more like the angsty, like, brooding vibe of Will, you know? Like, Leon's done some terrible stuff. Terrible stuff. And he just wants to be forgiven. But not forgotten. But you think of switching to Foundry for the interaction and one person with a sub? Oh, see also Vokes. Hype train ended. Thank you for starting the hype train. That genuinely means a lot. Boom. I won't lie to you guys. I kind of want to end the stream soon. But at the same time, I can see that I have 760 views so far on YouTube. So when this turns into a VOD, it'll say 760 views. And I kind of want to get that number up a little bit. So I kind of want to keep going. This is the addiction of streaming. I'm like, if I just stream for longer, the number goes higher. Not that the number gets me anything or does anything for me. But, you know, high number, good. Tough? What does that mean? I just want simplicity and for the software not to get in my way. Alba Rodeo has been perfect for me when I need to run an online session. I've heard good things about Alba. I have heard very good things. But we aren't having... Leon, don't... Thank you. But we're having so much fun. Yeah. No, I don't know. I'm just like... This is the time. Like, normally it's 5... It's coming up to 6 o'clock here. I've not had any dinner yet. I'm My energy's waning. And we're now at 762 views. Keep going up. People need to keep clicking. Maybe I need to clickbait people. Maybe I need to really clickbait people. I guess right now, the title of the stream is weird on YouTube. I should change it to something else. Oh, let's try... what have I seen do well? DM... I'm going to say DM advice. Ask me anything. DM advice AMA. And that way, people will come in expecting DM advice, but really it's me asking other people for DM advice. It's the old trick of Rooney. So what's your best DM advice, guys? What's the best advice you've ever had? Yeah, I'm in Canada. It means choo-choo in Norwegian. Oh, I like that. Tough. Tough. Be Matt Mercer. Steal Matt Mercer's identity and become him. Then walk into a city setting in a trench coat. What's the best DM advice I've ever gotten? It's a good question. A lot of DM advice is like stuff I've kind of learned from watching people DM on actual players. And I think that's good advice. I think in general is watch actual players to get inspiration. Don't become the DM, but be inspired by the DM. And get comfortable winging it. I think is, if someone was asking me about DMing, I'd be like, go out your way and get comfortable winging it. Like, it might be uncomfortable. You might not like improvising in the moment. Actually, you know what my best advice is? And I think I came up with this, but I'm sure other people have said it, and I'm sure I probably did steal it from someone. But it's remember the friends around your table are your friends, right? Like that's just remember they're your friends. I think that goes a really long way, and it goes both ways. Like they're your friends, so they don't care if you like forget a rule or if you make a mistake. But equally, they're your friend, so be nice to them and make sure they're having fun. Because I think it can be easy to forget. Especially when DMs like get tied up in trying to be the best DM possible and trying to run a good game, and it's like they're putting on like an event or a show rather than they're just hanging out with their friends. You know, if you hire a good creator for thumbnails, a little light shines from the name Coulson's, then you'll be able to clickbait people. Cool. If you want to make a thumbnail for me, well, we can talk about this. We can talk about this off stream. I'll pay you for a thumbnail to try it out if you wanted to make one. I'm not against it, but I also quite enjoy making thumbnails. So it's one of those things. I'm just seemingly bad at it. You'll learn so much just by trying to be Matt Mercer. Stop it, guys. I have a map builder and dungeon builder for my online session with friends. Our games aren't too close together, so I have a lot of prep time. Anything else I should add? An app or something, I mean? A map builder and a dungeon builder. If it's going into the same like group of things, if I was like a DM, I would want like a random name generator, personally, for prep time. Something that will tell me what's on the menu in a tavern. Best advice you ever got, it's your story, but it's their adventure. I was pleasantly surprised by how much easier DMing was when I thought it would be, and how much fun it was. Yeah. It's your story, but it's their adventure. I like that. Be your own GM, everyone else is already taken. Very good. Make me an editor on Twitter. Leon is slowly pushing for more and more power. Can you not change it? I thought you could change the title as a mod. I'll look into that, Leon, because I don't mind you having that power at all. If you enjoy it, then do it. I used to have a job, lol. I need a little bit of money, so I'm trying to get off. We're in the same boat. Cool cylinder, except it's not my parents, it's my wife. I think an editor has all the powers of a mod, right? And then just some extra. Be careful, it might take over your life at some time. Yeah. Yeah, he's just like, hey, can I change that? Also, can I have a key to your place? Can I have this and that and that? He's making himself indispensable. So that I rely on him so much. So then he's going to get all the power, and I won't be able to live without him. Thank you for the follow, the noob mark. How's it going? The mod should be yeah. I get why mods might not be able to edit stream titles, I guess. Here, I'm going to change it myself. I can't rely too much on you, Leo. I've got to be my own man, you know? DM advice. You tell me your advice. Moderator says to complete separate roles with permissions that don't overlap. Oh. That part winging it is the best. You'll prep for your players to go right and think they might even go left, but then they go up. Yeah. Yeah. But the thing that really unlocked the enjoyment of DMing for me was enjoying seeing what my players do, what my players' characters do. Like when I first started DMing, I would like set up stuff, and if they went up instead of straight forward, or if they went left when I was hoping they would go right, I would be like, God damn it, I planned so much for this, and they're going out of the way and they're not following the story. Do they not care about the story? And now, when they do that, I'm like, ooh, where are they going to go? What are they going to do? What do they have planned? What mess are they going to get into now? And just having that kind of like change in your kind of outlook makes it way more fun when they go against whatever you're planning. Do you know if there's a way to discern if a friend who hasn't played before might make a good game friend? Play with them. I think it's probably the answer to that. Give it a go. Get them in on a one-shot. But up is down, we're all mad here. If you're prepping a session, don't plan problems and solutions, plan encounters or situations. Let the players come up with whatever they want to resolve the encounter, situation, or conflict. That's good, Bruno. I like, yeah. Leon, stop throwing think like Matt Mercer onto the table. Just be a professional voice actor, guys. That's the best advice. Boom. I have a group of friends and we have a weird sense of humor, like all small groups, and they ate the bartender. What? I'd like to say I'm a pretty good voice actor. Me too. I'm good at accents. Did you know that I have a Canadian accent normally? This is all faked. No, I'm canonically very bad at accents. Very, very bad at accents, to be honest. That's why I want to do a YouTube video where I go to a voice acting coach and they teach me how to do accents. The accent comes from... You mean an accent? I used ASMR when I DM'd. It was so fun seeing them relax as they heard the sound of the sleigh I had them riding in. Then watching the look of horror when they heard the wolves and wargs hunting them. It's bad for my group because they want to know. Wait, it's bad for my group because they want to know if everything is hot? What do you mean, like temperature or like looks? Yeah, I'm actually from Peru. Correct, Martin. Can modulate your voice very well. Yeah, I can go up and down. A little high-pitched Mickey Mouse boy. Or a little low-down grunty boy. They were trying to throw me for a loop because it was your first time playing. That's crazy. Like some hazing. Wait, Phil, can you look to the left and take off your headset real quick? I'm not... No. No, because you're going to say you saw a dent, and I don't want to do... I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. There's no dent there. If English is your second language and you have a table that's fluent, you can separate stuff in and off of game by using a language for each. I tried this in my group for a while and it works pretty well. Oh, you mean if your table also speaks a separate language? You and the whole table speaks two different languages, and in game you use one, and then out of game you use the other. Is that what you're saying? Because that's good. But you need to know a lot of people who are bilingual. Looks now. Leon, we got to figure out who the BBEG is still. Orcs talk Swedish, Giants talk Norwegian. That's amazing. They were joking in session 0 that they were going to get me as a DM. Morgan Freeman voice, they did not get me. They just ate the bartender. Yeah, our table speak native Portuguese and almost fluent English, so we separated. It's not like uncommon nowadays, especially in Europe. That sounds awesome. Is it Matt? Can I be the BBEG? We're gonna figure out who the BBEG is next Friday, I think. When we prep for the next session, we're gonna be in full BBEG mode. I think so. Big, beautiful, eccentric guy. BBEG. Guys, I just want to thank you all. I have 66 subscribers on Twitch, and I think 50 of them are Leon, who has just gifted them out. And I really appreciate that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Genuinely, might hit our goals this year. I miss clicks, don't we? We won't have any. Good. I don't want to happen again from you. Oh, you mean the dent monster is real. There's no dent. There's no dent. The bard failed persuasion check and the barbarian failed the intimidation roll with 1 or 2, and then he said, I hit the common bartender with a nat 20. It sounds like a wild scene. 27,000 sound files is a lot. I do not envy you at all. Phil, look to the left or right and take your headset off. Fine. I'll look to the left and I'll take my headset off. You happy now? Are you happy now? He's scared. No, look to the right with the headset off. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to do that. Fine. You happy now? Found Phil. You made that, Leon. Do it for the vine. It's just fluid displacement. I'll be fine. Everybody's got a lumpy head. Everyone. It's a very common thing. There's no human that has a perfectly smooth head. Does not exist. Maybe Matthew Mercer. But for normal people, it's normal to have like lumpiness, okay? It's not a dent. It's just hills and valleys, okay? you got a smooth brain is what you have, hero. Matt Mercer's deaf dentless. Can we get confirmation? Anyone know Hero in real life? Tell us if his head's completely smooth. It's just the hair. I have lumpy hair. And brain. Because you're absolutely stumped. Smooth head, smooth brain. Lumpy head, lumpy brain. Remember that. That's the best piece of advice anyone's ever given me for DMing. Is that... you clipped that, bro? Oh shit, I do have a dent there. Oh no. That's a dent. Wow, we never talk about that again. Insanely dented. Yeah, I see it. Mine is Jen's command. Now the dent is real and it will get you. You know what they say about people with dents in the head? I've heard it, Martin. I gotta say, I think it's true. What's the best story I can share? The dent story. No. No. There's no dent. There's no dent. I was joking. There's no dent, guys. Should I shave my head to prove there's no dent? That's the video title. I shaved my head to prove I had no dent. To prove my head is smooth. It really sticks out. That's normal. It's a normal thing. I want all of you right now, all 15 people in Twitch right now, to take a photo of their profile side of their head and put it in a Discord. I want to know everyone has that. Big feet, yeah. Have you ever thought about / tried some kind of coaching or other support for your desire to progress as a YouTuber or streamer? As I understand it, you feel a need to realize yourself in this area. I don't have any expertise in relation to these platforms, but due to my profession, I know the very positive and accelerating effect of coaching, as long as you have the right people by your side. No sales pitch, only curiosity. I've thought about it, Phipps. I've thought about it. But I enjoy the process of figuring it out myself. Does that make sense? I enjoy, I've gamified it. It's a game to me. Leveling up in D&D, I'm trying to level up in content creation by trying different things and experimenting, so. You'll pay me to do it. How much money would you guys want if someone asked you to shave your head on camera? How much would you charge? But I'm not a bot. I trust you, Phipps. But that is what a bot would say. Big corner office. Big hands, big corner office. 0.75k. I don't know what that number. $1 million. Yeah. I don't know. I would do it. You can put a price on everything. I think Kat would be happy with me shaving my head on stream for if we got it's over $1,000. It's over $1,000. I think if we did a charity fund or something, and we raised over $1,000, I might do something like that. But then we lose the mystery of just how dented my head actually is underneath the hair. You know? I kind of like not knowing. $1 million. That's true, it's not worth it. Yeah, we don't need to know. We don't need to know how dented my head actually is. It'll take the mystery out of it. What's a military shave? Just a buzz cut? Like a 1 inch all around? Alright, what's phonology? Oh, it's a pseudoscience where you could tell what someone's personality was like by how dented their head is. No, we're not bringing that back. The dent in my head has nothing to do with my personality, okay? You guys, it's got mostly with your guys, but you've made it all your personality to talk about my head shape. Nothing to do with me. Yeah, buzz cut. A Brazilian wax of the head, I would do that for 100k. Phonology is a pseudoscience that claims to understand personality and such with the shape of one's skull. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I better not be included in a head shape debate. There's no debate. There's nothing. No one's got a dent. Everyone's got normal heads. Hello, what advice would you give to a DM? Yeah, guys, remember why we're here. Hello, what advice would you give to a DM who hasn't played his campaign with his friends in 2 years? And you're playing again? 1. Like you're starting up again. Well, my advice would be start fresh, you know? Do another session 0, start as if you hadn't played before, and just ease back into it. Military cut is a buzz cut with a fade. Ah. Start fresh, start a new campaign, and have fun. Yes. By the way, have fun is terrible advice, I think. Everyone's just like, oh yeah, have fun. It's like, oh yeah, because I wasn't going to do that. But I guess it just means like, try and relax, right? Like, don't worry about it. It's just, it's like, be careful. It's like, what does that mean? All right. I think I smell food. Let me just go find out how long I have until dinner. I will be back in 23 seconds, and you can time that, and it's gonna be true. It's gonna be true. 23 seconds, starting now. My poor cat does not understand why she's not allowed in here, but she's not allowed in here. Because she's a yeller, that one. She likes to yell. Old yeller. Alright, cool, so I'll just see it. I probably won't be live. I think I'm going to finish up any minute now. Don't be afraid to look up stuff and make it priority to have fun over strictly adhering to the rules. Very good advice. We've been rolling dice for 4 hours, 20 minutes. Leon, you've done a great job with that. And that's crazy. Long stream. Long stream, we've talked about next to absolutely nothing. Well, that's the best. That's the best. This stream is like longer than most of my D&D games. Alright, since Phil said so, don't have fun, make everything difficult, and don't have good snacks. Yeah. The trick is to make everyone, including yourself, miserable. Bring in the cats. Cat attacks now. Oh my god. Okay, 2 seconds. We lost the cat. I repeat, we do not have eyes on the cat. We do not know where the cat is. We cannot find the cat. There is a second cat, but she is sleeping peacefully. I repeat, sleeping peacefully. We do not want to disturb her. I repeat, do not want to disturb her. Lord just got here and he's not there. Yeah, I was forced to go find a cat because chat's demanding. But I do think the cat should make appearance at some point. Yeah. If she comes back meowing, I'll grab her. How long your sessions typically? My sessions run like 3.5 hours normally. Usually start around 7, go to like 10:30, maybe 11. Any general tips for a Pirates campaign? Yeah, well, when I did mine, I found it really useful. I had one of those battle mats that had a boat in the battle mat, and then I got a second battle mat that was smaller that had a boat there, and I put them both on the table, and I moved the battle mats closer to each other, as if the boats were getting closer to each other, and then there'll be combat between the two boats and people on the boats, which was fun. You want to play D&D more than once a month? Do you only play once a month, Martin? Boo, no, I need 2 cat taxes. Yeah, I have 3 cats. There's 3 of them. But one of them will not let me pick her up. She's impossible to get picked up. If you try and pick this cat up, she will rip you to shreds. She's lovely, except that. The other thing for me is remembering your players are exploring too, and they're giving you hints to have fun and throw stuff at you. Yeah. Let's try casting Find Familiar. Dude, cats are not summonable unless I have food. I didn't catch that. Can you repeat it? But do it ASMR style. Pirates do an exact opposite of what's expected and make it all on land. They'll be never expecting the pirate campaign that's just set in a castle. I would download a pizza though, that's the thing. Dentology, the pseudo-scientific study of dents, especially those caused by catastrophic gaslighting, warning may cause existential dread. Oh! Yeah, my wife really grabbed a gaslight and just hit me over the head with it until I was dented. You're creating a pirate language. Have you guys seen the new pirate stat blocks in the monster manual? I'm not sure if I like them because they have a charm thing. And in my mind, I get why pirates are kind of suave and charming, but also they're dirty and gross. So we're supposed to play and record a podcast every other week, but we haven't played for 6 weeks due to people having to work and having meetings. Also, it's Easter. Oh yeah, it's Easter now. Happy Easter, everyone. You just unlocked something in me. I want an Easter egg. I want that cheap Easter chocolate. I'm gonna have to go to the shop and buy some. Oh my god, Martin, the money you gave me is going towards chocolate. Thank you for your service. I gave you too much power. No, Leon, you've got just enough power, and you will get no more. Because I'm scared for my identity. My people food is here, and I'm leaving. Goodbye, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. All right, Claude, have a good one. Left my ass off dentology. We don't talk about the dent. Easter one shot tomorrow? Yeah, I'll just throw that together real quick. An egg hunt. Don't celebrate Easter, but happy holidays. Easter to me is just an excuse to have chocolate. Pirates weren't dirty. They bathed. It's because of the Vit C deficiency and lost body parts. They weren't considered. That they were considered dirty. Ah. Good to know. Thank you, Michi. But what about the editor role? I'll see you when you fly me and play the PPEG. Then we'll see. I'm flying you in? Private jet, Leon? I can't afford that. Oh, no. It was quite the Easter egg. That's very, very good, Martin. Very, very good. I should stop. I should stop streaming. I should go get food. I should go get chocolate. Alright, guys. What? Oh, Oh, we did 800 views on YouTube. That's not bad going. I like that number. Before you leave, what are you eating? I do not know. I thought I smelled food when I went out. And my wife is not cooking. But she did all the washing up, which is what I heard, which is great. So I think I might run to my nearest grocery store, get some chocolate Easter eggs, and grab like some, I don't know, something cheap and cheerful from there. Much love, great stream, love to chat, have a great one, say hello to the missus, I will. Alright guys, I'm going to bounce. But pleasure as always, and I'll catch you next time.